introduce some example to bring this to life, and I have a demo to show. And after that, we'll discuss what the future holds for our land and planet if we start fusing together multitude types of data to get data-driven insights with minimum human oversight, meaning accelerating more autonomous systems. So let's first understand how, why now is the right momentum, hold on one second, yeah, to accelerate the adoption of space data, especially for sustainability monitoring. So we are entering new space economy, new space era, which is characterized by new roles and technologies, new entrants and new economics. So the space sector will play an increasing role in our understanding of our life on Earth. This new space economy is characterized by vibrant industrial and public space sector, with unprecedented entrepreneurship leadership, as well as more investments, especially from private sectors, as well as innovative technologies. So we have more commercial actors participating in this economy, and also new and emerging countries who are shifting the power in this area. It is predicted that the global space economy will reach up to $1.8 trillion by as early as 2035, with more satellites in orbit and more technological advancements than ever. If we look at the Earth observation, analytics, and insights market, one second, does it work? Yes. The increased number of satellites, as well as advancements in sensors and technologies, analytics, and also we have new users and requirements. So the number of satellites is increasing exponentially, and it is expected that we'll reach up to 100,000 satellites in orbit by 2030. We have new evolving sensor types, so that means we have more use cases and applications available. Then accumulating vast volumes of data benefits from more advanced technologies, thinking about artificial intelligence or machine learning for processing of data. So this data availability and diversification of multitude of use cases have activated new users and their requirements. So all of these factors contribute to this market growth. So let's look now into each of them in a bit more detail to uncover what that means. So let's start with one of the first contributing market growth factors, an increasing number of satellites. So falling costs of manufacturing, as well as falling costs in the launch of the satellites and operations, are fueling this increased number of new satellites in orbit or in operation. For example, a simple statistics, price per kilogram projected for rockets in 2040 is expected to be only $100 per kilogram, which is quite low. So this increasing number of satellites results in a variety of Earth observation sensors available. Only in 1 year, like 2021, we had 133 successful orbital launches. Democratization of space is another interesting trend here, because market data becomes available to a wider audience, and this audience can start using this data for insights and building analytics to meet their specific needs that hasn't been possible before. There is also more collaboration between public and private entities, and hence more data and again more improved analytics. So this growing number of satellites leads to more interesting sensor types and makes space more accessible because it improves availability, the coverage and frequency of data that we get. So then again, this also contributes to the market growth. So this is just a snapshot of available sensors out there. Optical cameras, they take picture as a normal camera. So they are now available in extremely high definitions, so very high definition of pixels. But however, this type of images, like optical, they are affected by cloud cover or maybe even by light conditions. Then we have thermal cameras, and they detect heat that is reflected from the Earth's cover or objects or even location, and it helps to detect the temperature of the surface. So when you have SAR, that's completely different technology here because it penetrates the darkness, it can work in different light conditions, and it doesn't have to refract over signals from Earth. So sensors of SAR, they collect consistent images and they analyze this refraction to provide a picture, for example, of atmosphere's makeup. And most cameras, like our human eye, are sensitive to red, green lights, and blue light. But by collecting data beyond this spectrum, objects can be recognized by their unique patterns of reflections of the whole spectrum of visible light. And though still nascent, there are already some satellites that can capture video from orbit, and that enables even better object recognition and understanding the movement and analysis of movement. So this multitude of different types of sensors and data from them can further be merged with different types of IoT sensors and so on, and then they can start unlocking insights that were never possible before. So if we look closer at the sensor types, their resolution is probably one of the most fundamental concepts that helps us to categorize images for specific use cases or needs, because different type of resolution is needed for different purposes. And there are mainly 4 types, called 4Rs: spatial, spectral, radiometric, and temporal. So I would like to go into each of them to show you a few examples of what they mean. So let's start with spatial resolution. So when we talk about spatial resolution, we refer to the size of the smallest object that can be resolved on the ground. And mostly when people think about resolution, they think of spatial resolution. So in a digital image that we take with our camera, the smallest object will be a pixel. And even though if you have an image that is very smooth and has linear aerial type of features, if it's a digital image, it will still have a spatial resolution attached to it. So the small size of the pixel. And a lot of people think if you have higher resolution, then better. However, not necessarily so, because it all depends on the goals and aims of your applications. So sometimes it's okay to have lower resolution just because you have a vast area. Think about the whole country of Saudi Arabia for monitoring. Or maybe you want just to know the weather patterns. But on the other hand, if you're interested in urban planning applications, you might need further, more detailed, higher resolution images to start distinguishing road features or housing blocks. Moving on to the spectral resolution, when we talk about it, we refer to how well we are sampling the whole electromagnetic spectrum. So are we taking only one sample of red, green, and so on, or are we taking multiple? So spectral resolution describes the ability of a sensor to define wavelengths, intervals, and then to apply narrow width as well. So if we look at multispectral sensors, examples could be from Landsat, Iconus, and Spot. They are sampling electromagnetic spectrum with fewer channels, so taking fewer images essentially. But this data can still be very applicable and useful, again, for example, if we talk about vast areas or regions to monitor. So the first image on the top, if you can see, that was taken by Landsat at 30 meters. It's Oman's groundwater and aquifers, and you can probably see a bit of terrain there as well. Higher spectral resolution is called superspectrum, and it's when we have more spectral channels, typically more than 10, with narrower bandwidths on the electromagnetic spectrum. And one example below is MERIS with 15 spectral bands. So this means that 15 images are taken at once by one sensor. So you can see here marine phytoplankton in Baltic Sea, which can be quite urgent to address, especially for water supplies, but wildlife as well in the region, because phytoplankton can negatively impact the wildlife. And MERIS is also quite useful for monitoring water pollution levels and just monitoring overall water bodies. And then lastly, we have hyperspectral images. So that means we are acquiring images with more than 100 contiguous spectral bands. So we are slicing the whole electromagnetic spectrum in more than 100 parts. So why would we do that? Well, because it enables us to particularly select a specific feature on Earth that we're interested to see. So it identifies the target, and maybe one use case could be detailed land classification. So in hyperspectral images, they support different applications. Think about precision agriculture or coastal management or even mineral exploration. And in terms of an example of space-related hyperspectral images, right now they're quite nascent and rare still because these systems require a lot of power. However, a lot of startups are working on that, and eventually we'll hopefully get there. So this image in the middle was taken by Pavilion on Earth Observation 1 satellite. And if one to look even closer at something like this picture, you will see haze. So haze from the forest fire in Tucson, Arizona. Then we have another type of resolution, radiometric resolution. That is determined by the sensor itself. It's the sensitivity of the sensor. And how the sensor reacts to variation in the electromagnetic spectrum. So we can capture an image in 2 bits or 8 bits, and that determines how finely we can measure the return signal. And you can see 2 bits versus 8 bits in the picture. So it differs in terms of resolution. And lastly, we have temporal resolution. So that is the time between successive images of the same area. And it may vary just from a couple of images per day to one every several weeks. And it is possible to create time series or animation and to see the change in a particular area over specific time. So now let's step away a bit from sensors and from their resolutions to another contributing factor to the market growth. That is technological advancements. So there are multiple ones, from AI and machine learning to mobile sensor platforms and digital twins. But essentially, what they're all trying to do is lower the cost and our accessibility to space data to have better opportunity to connect devices, think about 5G or IoT sensors, and get insights that were never possible before. For example, connected devices and miniature sensors with tech can cause a boom in availability of data. Now we have to think what to do with this vast amount of information. So again, utilizing AI and machine learning algorithms can help us process that amount of information. And then cloud computing can enable us to have access to more power and storage at much lower costs. And the fourth corresponding factor will be the new users and their evolving requirements. So we usually classify user types in 3 main archetypes. So they have very different needs and also buying habits. And the decision makers right now are probably the main cause in the shift of demand for Earth observation data. Because traditionally, the satellite data was used mainly by business analysts and developers, more technical people. And now we see that sometimes business decision makers are less maybe technically advanced. However, they're a strategic user and require ready-to-use insights and might not even need to glimpse at the raw or processed data. They're interested in insights that can help them to act. So hence the shift in the demand of this data. Bringing more automation in the decision-making process, where the accuracy of algorithms potentially can exceed the human capability to do that, pose certain challenges, of course. So here are just a few examples, really. So one is gaps in data and accuracy. So if you think when you have multiple external sensors connecting together and start talking to each other, they may have some gaps, noises, outliers. and inconsistencies. So overall, that could impact the monitoring tool that someone is developing. On top, you can have AI and machine learning biases as well, because if your training model was done, on maybe an inconsistent database, in the end, the bias will be maybe towards ideal conditions. In terms of infrastructure and deployment costs, the infrastructure may include sensors and communication networks and deployment costs in remote harsh environments, thinking about deserts, oceans, or forests in remote areas. So anything to do with scalability in this type of remote areas will be also very complex. Then there are no particular standard policies or regulations in terms of environmental monitoring tools across multiple geographies. Sometimes, a specific country might even start defining their own, version of what sustainability means. So that could add more complexity and create more ambiguity as well. And then we have social community engagement. So relying on multiple types of technologies to make decisions for us might not be enough ethical, or might not even consider social or community aspects. So then it could create some sort of mistrust, especially in the local communities. Why would we trust this sort of monitoring tool to tell us that, there is a problem in our agricultural practices when we have been here for ages and, centuries? So some of these challenges are being slowly overcome. And we can see more applications again in different types of sustainability related fields, for example, environmental monitoring. So where we have satellites equipped with Earth observation technology, they monitor different types of changes: deforestation, desertification, water pollution, air pollution. And this data also can help in managing more sufficiently natural resources. Then we have climate change analysis, and here again, space data can play a crucial role in providing long-term data and understanding on our atmospheric conditions, measure sea levels or ice cover. And this information is vital to understanding the patterns and to be able to predict what the future might hold. In agriculture, farmers can use space data to predict their crop yields, to move to more sustainable agricultural practices, and to improve their yield and also decrease, hopefully, their environmental pollution and impact by knowing, for example, specifically how much fertilizers they need to apply to a certain area. And then urban planning. So here, space data can aid in giving access to maps, giving access to information that was not possible before on land use and infrastructure, even population density. In terms of biodiversity, satellites track wildlife movements and habitat changes and can help to understand specific management of protected areas where you have endangered species. So now we can maybe start thinking about how this data could actually work, and moving to a few examples to bring this to life. So I would love to start with urban planning, and then we'll move to climate change monitoring and sustainable farming solution that was developed by the help of PwC, together with some industry stakeholders. So if we look at urban development applications, we can unwrap how technology works and what we can derive from the data. So starting with simple, satellite data view, depending on the resolution and type of data, we can specifically zoom into an area of interest and then start training AI algorithms and models to detect changes. It could be changes in infrastructure, or it could be land changes. Then we can start introducing KPIs, geospatial KPIs, and understanding the success rates, or if there are any specific progress that needs to be measured. Also, optionally, other types of data, like drone data, can be used, and I'll show you a quick video, to zoom in and see a specific view. So this could be handy when AI models detect alerts. Say, for example, you have methane leaks on a huge infrastructure project. So if you zoom in, you might be able to detect that early and maintain that. Also, you can survey the territory like an infrastructure project to create 3D models, and you start the prediction or simulation of, okay, if I change X, Y, and Z, what the impact will be on the environment. Or maybe I want to understand a bit more what the weather patterns are and whether I'm going to be affected by it. So we can use drone data with satellite data to monitor also landslide risks, as in this video. Again, this is visualization in 3D, or any other hazardous events as well. So this is just an illustration of potential use case. So this really demonstrates the power of bringing together multitude of different sources of data and then fusing them to unify the data, correct it, integrate it, and then run deep learning algorithms to detect and validate certain changes in the landscape. Then analytics engine can report on this detected change that we have seen in the example before. And you can use visualization methods again in 2D, in 3D. It could be a very complex dashboard. It could be just very quick insights with comments or real-time chat, kind of GDP example. But here, when we want to see key insights, alerts, or predictions, they might be very relevant to specific decision makers. So depending on the use case somebody is developing, it has to be user-centric in the end to understand what the end user will require. So now let's take maybe a look at another example. This is sustainable farming solution that was developed also by the help of PwC and supported by European Commission's DG Agriculture and Rural Development, sorry, the EU Space Program and EU ISA Program. So this is a digital service platform that wants to make more capabilities for agriculture, for sustainability, and to support also the paying agencies and farm advisors. So they are a modular platform, and they're using space data from Copernicus and Galileo systems, but also other data sets like public data, reuse of IoT data, and some user-generated data as well. So I'll show you now a quick demo of that. Hopefully that will work.
The fast user interfaces rely very
We
much
can
on
make it a
maps to
bit louder
convey
as well, I
information to
think.
the user. For each region, several GIS data sources have been integrated and are displayed in the fast maps. Nitrate vulnerable zones, Natura 2000 areas, water bodies, LPIS and soil data. The fast maps in the mobile application and in the administration portal include a widget that allows the browsing of Sentinel-2 imagery in RGB and NDVI. The Sentinel-2 constellation has a revisit time of approximately 5 days and fast keeps a local history of the last 12 months of the imagery that the user can browse through. In case of heavy cloud cover, a warning is displayed to the user and the clouds are masked out of the NDVI layer. Custom WMS and TMS data sources like orthophotos or other agronomic indices can be configured to be displayed in the maps. FAST takes care of the reprojection and server-side caching to increase overall map performance. Fertilization recommendation is the first agronomic use case proposed on the FAST platform. The recommendation is computed at the parcel level and advises on the quantity of nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium that should be applied for optimal plant growth, taking into account the crop type, the target yield, farming practices and soil conditions. In some FAST regions, the recommendation also includes a calculation of actual fertilizer product kilograms per hectare. Sensible default values, computed from public data sources, are proposed to reduce the need from user manual input. Still, all parameters are overridable by the user. 4 different algorithms have been implemented during this first phase of FAST: Fertilicalc from the University of Cordoba in Spain, Vexist from the University of Almeria in Spain and mainly targeted at greenhouses, Visioni from the University of Torino in Italy, and a connection to the Estonian Agricultural Research Centre's Fertilization API.
Okay, great.
FAST.
So now we'll move to another example. So that was on sustainable farming solutions. And we have also climate change monitoring. That's another example of how technology can help us adapt and mitigate climate change and become more accountable for our actions. Because according to PwC's report from 2024, Net Zero Economy Index, the decarbonization rate globally was only 1.02% in 2023. And the world now must decarbonize 20 times faster to meet even the lowest end of Paris Agreement ambition of limiting the warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. But even limiting warming to 2 degrees Celsius will be with decarbonization rate of 6.9%. So I want to show you a quick video, again introducing the climate change monitoring as a concept.
The race is on to limit global warming. Businesses are faced with a choice and an opportunity. It's time to decarbonize industries and business models to unlock new value and take action on climate, while transforming in a way that protects people and the planet. The world is already taking steps in the right direction, yet we can be bolder. But how? By taking action on technology. Innovations like climate-smart technologies and AI give us the power to adapt, analyze, and optimize to make better decisions for a greener world. By taking action on finance. Climate action requires capital and bold investment decisions. Businesses who put sustainability at the heart of strategy are positioned to deliver higher profit margins and revenue growth. By taking action on reporting, to build trust and unlock opportunities to transform and reinvent. By taking action on adaptation, as the world changes, so must we. More than half of CEOs accept that their companies will be exposed to some degree of climate risk. We know the costs. Let's unlock the value. PwC. Together, let's make climate actions count.
So as today's society responds to climate change, more companies are being asked how they can assess, adapt, and mitigate their climate risks as well. So climate risk modeling, developed here as well, this is an example. So how we can use the data and predictive analytics and various modeling tools to help companies measure and analyze their impact. So this type of models can help tangible and intangible assets, and then they foster transparency for investors and for stakeholders. And with the right combination of people and technology as well, we can help with climate modeling tools to project the data and provide, what is the likely threat, for example, in this specific business domain that, climate can have. So from balance sheets, assets to logistical operation and supply chains, our insights can help assess these potential impacts, make decisions, but most importantly, start acting now. So, very short video again.
Today, climate risk is business risk. To help you prepare for the realities of climate change and thrive in a more resilient tomorrow, Geospatial Climate Intelligence, a tech-enabled service from PwC, opens a window to the future environmental impacts on your business. It can analyze the link between past and future data, modeling how climate change may affect the frequency and severity of adverse weather events around the world, and determining how that may affect your physical assets, employees, and supply chain. Together with our sustainability services, Geospatial Climate Intelligence can help you identify at-risk assets and investments across several future climate scenarios and timelines by creating tailored risk assessments. It provides actionable insights so you can mitigate future threats, factor in potential financial impacts on your business and physical assets, and discover ways to help reduce risks. By integrating climate risk analysis within your existing business strategies, Geospatial Climate Intelligence can also help identify new investment opportunities. And by visualizing how climate risk model results interact with your physical assets, you'll be able to easily pinpoint vulnerabilities, and see potential hazards in a single dashboard. With increasing regulatory requirements and changing stakeholder expectations, you'll be ready to include climate scenario analysis as part of your sustainability reporting. Navigate the risks and opportunities of our changing climate with geospatial climate intelligence.
So now moving to what is next. So we have this multitude of data and various types of applications. So we've just seen examples for climate change monitoring and also sustainability in farming practices. So the data, the true power of data, is really unlocked when we combine it with more autonomous systems, meaning that we are leveraging advanced technologies, AI and machine learning for processing vast data sets at unprecedented speeds in almost near real time. So this type of systems, the more autonomous ones, they can detect and alert on things that are happening in the business or in the region. They can start predicting trends with remarkable accuracy. So this capability is crucial for sustainability monitoring as well, because we need more timely and precise information to be able to act. This approach also enables businesses and government entities to monitor and assess and hopefully reduce their environmental impact, and maybe things like energy usage, resource management. Because applications that we can find, where we can accelerate the application of space data can range from multiple different industries, and it could be just a commercial building or, industrial site or the whole agricultural or transportation sector. So this autonomous system operates usually by installing a network of sensors, and when the data is starting to be collected, then you can have some real-time data on your water consumption or energy consumption, waste generation, or even greenhouse gas emissions. This collected data is usually then is moving to a centralized platform, because then you have machine learning algorithms and AI models that can analyze and produce insights, recommendations for improved sustainability performance. So additionally, these emerging systems may incorporate things like satellite or drone images, even for further sustainability metrics assessment. And according to Envisioning, autonomous sustainability monitoring is overall on the hype now, with technological readiness of 7 out of 9, which means it's already at a prototype demonstration level, but unfortunately it still hasn't scaled yet. But it offers significant advantages, as mentioned before as well, because organizations can pinpoint on opportunities to reduce their environmental footprint. They can start conserving resources while enhancing their operational efficiencies and also cutting costs. For example, you can start detecting areas of excessive usage of water or energy, and then you can get real-time alerts notification when sustainability metrics do not meet specific thresholds. So then you have to act to address or prevent these potential issues. It also can generate comprehensive reports and dashboards and provide in-depth insights into performance over time and help organizations to monitor their progress, especially if they have KPIs in terms of sustainability. But rather than being limited just to individual companies, no, sorry, I didn't click that. This technology could serve as a collective platform as well for monitoring social and environmental impacts and address environmental challenges. Because some AI initiatives right now, for example, they develop open source data and APIs to provide this foundational infrastructure for businesses to become more accountable. And since these tools are freely available, then government entities can also use that and hopefully utilize this software to enhance their own accountability and align their practices with global sustainability and also climate goals. So when combined with other technologies, maybe even blockchain or IoT, these initiatives could help in smart cities applications, because this is a new layer of accountability to urban environment. And additionally, this technology could analyze entire industry sectors, as we've seen from some of the examples, and promote industrial ecology and circular economy. So as we look into the future, of accelerating autonomous sustainability monitoring through space data, I would like to pose a question to all of you. Are we willing to rethink our current approaches and collaborate across disciplines to harness this technology for a sustainable tomorrow, or will we allow existing barriers to hinder our progress in addressing global environmental challenges and our precious land? Thank you. Thank you. I have also Pankaj here, who is my colleague, in case anyone has any more technical questions. But yeah, we are happy to address Q&A. Yeah, sure. Would you like to give maybe to the audience as well? Or yeah, yeah, okay, great. Yeah. Yeah.
Many thanks for this review models or system. My name is Abdel Nasser Ashash, GIS and remote sensing expert in NCVC. Really, this model is very useful for many applications, and also your review is very well. But I need to ask about the indices you use and comparing with the already systems to advance or the system add value, another system is found even you in system like trade earth or trend earth for degradation land, if you know. Or if you didn't know this system, you can give us overview about advantage of this system, another the application you know, and the cost if I need to use this system in small farm or large area like defined degradation on Saudi Arabia or North Saudi Arabia, who is the best you can use? Clear?
Yes, I've somewhat got your question. Thank you for your question. And to address the first part of the question, it actually depends on a lot of factors. So primarily three main factors. So the first is what kind of use case are you looking for? So if your use case actually defines what sort of spectral resolution you need, what sort of data you need, what is the time frequency at which you want to probably cover the area which you want to inspect. And talking about the model itself, so this model is basically scalable and interoperable. So you can fuse different kinds of data sets. So for example, as Irina mentioned, you can have satellite imagery, drone imagery. You have modules where you can actually plug and play different kinds of AI and image analytics, which can help you accurately identify objects or delineate certain patterns in the agricultural land, or you can detect the health of the agricultural produce using hyperspectral imagery. And the last part is the visualization. So you have different kinds of visualization tools. So for example, you have time series analysis, you have dashboards, you have real-time dashboards, you have mobile applications for the workforce, as well as you have applications where you can daily check the health of your agricultural produce. So together, this interoperable platform combines all these different factors together, and basis your need, the price may vary according to the use case. So it's not a specific standard product where you have one license and you have one X price. But yes, it has a lot of advantages over the traditional products which are in market, because this is quite scalable in nature, and it will help you define your goals, as well as it will help you in decision making. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Emma Catalfamo. I'm here with the Frontier Tech Hub. Thank you for this presentation. It was really interesting. I'm curious, you mentioned that the AI software capability is in the prototype phase, but is really struggling to scale, or it hasn't scaled yet. What do you think are the key barriers to that scaling happening, or do you see it happening in the very near future?
Yeah, I think this is the most controversial question to answer. So yes, I think some of the barriers Irina mentioned. One is the biases on the way you train your model. So usually it all depends upon the geography. So if a model which was probably used in a Mediterranean climate for an agriculture produce does not have all the biases covered for an agriculture produce here in Middle East and Saudi Arabia. So it's very important how you train your model and taking in consideration all the geographical factors with the knowledge of the experts who are actually deployed and trying to solve the problem at their specific location. So one is the biases need to be actually trained with respect to the geography which you are catering to. Second is in terms of heterogeneous data sources. So not just relying on one specific data sources. So remote sensing obviously can help you, give you a nice overhead view of all your assets and the geography you want to cover. But the ground data is also important. So if you have different kinds of sensors deployed at ground level, you can take that and fuse it with your remote sensing data. Similarly, any other factual knowledge which is probably lying in your Excel sheets or in your PDFs, it is very important that the model digest all this heterogeneous information to give you a real insight which is very true to the correct nature of the problem you're trying to solve. So I think a couple of important factors, just to summarize. One is the biases with the training set. Second is heterogeneous data sets combined and fused together to probably increase the accuracy of the model. And third is appropriate use of technology. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting. I know you mentioned many use cases for satellite imagery. I was wondering, in cases of a lot of rain, for example, clouds, how do you capture that imagery of Earth, for example? How do you remove the cloud cover?
Thank you for your question. So this is a very interesting question because of the two reasons. Suppose you already have a nice imagery which is captured and it is ruined by a lot of cloud cover. So the first and the most important thing you have in hand is to get rid of the cloud. So there are a couple of techniques like masking the cloud. So there are automated software which can help mask the cloud cover and remove it. You also have another technique where you try to gain image of the same area but of a different day. And you try to mask this using this different kinds of images of the same area. But if your use case demands challenging situations, for example, there's an earthquake, there's a hurricane, or there's a cloud burst in an area where you want to monitor all your assets, you want to check on the human ingenuity, you want to check the human life, then you can completely ignore the specific, the kind of data sets, and you can switch to a different kind of data set. So you can use active imagery. So these are all examples of the passive imagery, the traditional imagery which you use, which is your optical, which is basically your hyperspectral imagery or your optical imagery. You switch to a radar imagery, which is kind of an active imagery, which can penetrate through clouds, it can penetrate through darkness, it can penetrate through rains, and can give you a clear visual of what's happening on the ground. So you can deploy such kind of synthetic aperture radar, which is SAR imagery, to monitor your assets. I think that will give you an unprecedented view of what's happening on the ground, even in the most challenging environment and most challenging climate situations.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just had a question. So could you give us some examples of use cases that you see in other parts of the world using different types of imagery that you think would be really, really great for us to be using here in the region? Things maybe you see in Africa or different parts of the world that you think actually could work really well, particularly in Saudi perhaps?
One of the most interesting things which I could quickly think of is coral reef conservation. So coral reef conservation has been used in Maldives, where there are a lot of nice coral reefs in and around the sea. And I'm sure there are a lot of coral reefs in the Red Sea in Saudi Arabia. So we can use different kinds of satellite imagery with, as I said, deep learning models to actually take part in the conservation of this coral reef. So there are certain kinds of bathymetric data. So this is a special type of data which is basically used to capture anything or all the assets or the ground bed which is under the sea. So this particular kind of bathymetric data, along with the deep learning models, can help you in conservation of the coral reefs. And it has been tried and tested in Maldives and some other parts of the world. So this is a great use case for Saudi Arabia.
All right. No more questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for coming for the session. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to COP16 Startup Panel Discussion. The role of startups in reducing and reversing desertification, land degradation, and drought. Brought to you by the United Nations Development Programme and King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, KAUST. This is Abdurrahman Basagir, and it's my honor to stand in front of you here today, here at COP16 Riyadh. We will explore how innovation and entrepreneurship are addressing one of our most challenging issues. And I would like also to start with an acknowledgement. I would like to begin by acknowledging the United Nations Development Programme and King Abdullah University of Science and Technology, KAUST, who were behind the organization of this panel discussion and the speech or the keynote speech that will be delivered by one of our esteemed speakers today. Thank you to Princess Layan Al Saud and to Dr. Zahra Al Safar from KAUST. Dr. Layan Al Saud from UNDP and Dr. Zahra Al Safar from KAUST. I also would like to acknowledge you, our audience, and even our audience who are behind the screens, the representatives from the government, international organizations, startups, and investors. Your presence today reflects a shared commitment to finding a sustainable solution for desertification, land degradation, and drought. This session will highlight the vital role of startups that they are playing in advancing sustainable solutions, leveraging cutting-edge technologies, and fostering partnerships to combat these challenges. Together, we will dive into themes like scaling innovation for global impact, fostering climate resilience, and last but not least, the aligning business models with sustainability goals. To start, or even before starting our panel discussion, we would like to start with a keynote speech, an introductory speech that will be given by Dr. Vito Intini, the Regional Chief Economist at the United Nations Development Programme. And allow me please to give a quick biography or a short biography about Dr. Vito. With extensive experience in macroeconomic, forecasting, sustainable development strategies, and socioeconomic impact assessment, Dr. Intini brings a wealth of experience. His keynote speech will offer insights on the economic potential of addressing climate challenges and the critical role startups play in the landscape. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Vito Intini to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you very much for these welcome remarks and for being here. So this is a critical area, I think, in the whole COP16 events, a very important topic. So let me go through my keynote speech because every single word has been designed to stress the importance of this event. Distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to join this panel today to discuss a critical area of innovation and collaboration. The role of startups in reducing and reversing desertification, land degradation, and drought. I'm happy to represent UNDP and collaborate with the King Abdullah University of Science and Technology to showcase how startups are shaping a more sustainable future. 2 million hectares of North African agricultural land are estimated to have been lost in the last 25 years as a result of increased cultivation of marginal lands, inadequate rangeland management. Due to overexploitation, high to extreme levels of soil erosion are estimated to occur across about 1/3 of the Middle East. According to studies that have tried to quantify the cost of land degradation. This region has greater losses to its ecosystem and income than other regions. On average, land degradation is estimated to cost about 1% of GDP. It has had a large reduction in value of agricultural land over the last 20 years. The region experienced a higher than the global average of ecosystem service losses due to land degradation. More entrepreneurship is needed at the intersection of innovation and sustainability to address these challenges. Every dollar invested in restoring degraded land yields economic returns that range between $7 and $30, while unlocking co-benefits for climate and biodiversity. This is already a key reason for startups to be active in this area. Desertification and land degradation are not just environmental crises. They are multifaceted challenges that threaten food security, biodiversity, livelihoods, and markets. Startups, with their agility and creativity, are uniquely positioned to tackle these challenges. Through advanced technology, innovative solutions, and entrepreneurial ecosystems, they play a pivotal role in reducing and reversing the impacts of these destructive trends. Startups have made substantive innovations such as precision agriculture tools that utilize drones and artificial intelligence to monitor and restore degraded lands. These tools provide granular data on soil health, enabling target intervention that maximize impact while minimizing resource use. Agri-tech businesses have grown significantly on a global scale and are becoming very active in this region as well. Although starting from low levels, agri-tech investment in the region is estimated to have grown at more than 100% in compounded terms over the recent past. And they are expecting to be growing steadily in the next future. As a result, the region's proportion of global agri-tech investment grew over the recent past from around 1 to 4% by 2022. Although the region is still having a tiny amount of agri-tech venture capital allocation. This is an area where we need to do more. It is therefore crucial that at this COP, we underscore the importance of fostering an ecosystem where innovation thrives, enabling startups to scale their solutions for greater impact. Startups represent a vital engine for economic growth and as explicated by SDG 12 and 8, which emphasize promoting sustainable production practices, inclusive economic growth, and decent work for all. Because startups are important in generating green jobs, they are critical, innovative business enhancement for economic resilience, and also because they contribute to livelihoods by keeping people with tools and knowledge. In alignment with the Saudi Vision 2030, these efforts demonstrate how sustainability and economic growth can go hand in hand. SDG 13, which is another important linkages to our framework, calls for urgent action to combat these impacts. Therefore, startups are responding with technologies that mitigate climate risk, support early warning system, promote sustainable practices, and drive scalable solutions. UNDP global initiatives such as Youth for Climate and climate innovation programs, as well as regional programs such as the Green Growth and Job Acceleration, align with these efforts, empowering entrepreneurs to lead the charge against climate change and land degradation. The implementation of Saudi Vision 2030 is hopefully increasing, placing a strong emphasis on supporting startups and as drivers of bottom-up innovation and of broader economic and social transformation. By fostering entrepreneurial ecosystem and investing in green innovation, the Kingdom can accelerate its sustainability agenda, including promoting a transition to clean energy, more efficient water use, and more sustainable land use. The number of SMEs has reportedly more than doubled since the launch of the Vision 2030, which is a signal of the vitality of the small and medium enterprise in the startup sector. As a trust partner in Saudi Arabia for over 4 decades, UNDP is proud to further support these initiatives, working alongside with KAUST to amplify the impact of startups in addressing land degradation, climate change, and supporting sustainable solutions. Today's discussion exemplifies our partnership between academia, startups, and development organizations that can create innovative and transformative solutions. As COP16 emphasizes, our land, our future, the collective responsibility to preserve and restore our planet resource must inspire urgent action. By giving breeding ground to startups and helping them foster innovation, we can turn today's challenges into opportunities for sustainable growth and resilience. Thank you, and I look forward to an engaging discussion that inspires further tangible collaboration and impactful innovation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vito Intini, for your inspirational remarks, where basically your perspective sets a powerful tone for today's discussion, I believe. We're speaking about the intersection of innovation and economics and sustainability. Thank you so much again. Now it's time to turn our focus to the driving forces of innovation, the startups. Today's panel discussion, as I mentioned earlier, it will delve into how entrepreneurs are pushing boundaries to reserve desertification, mitigate land degradation, and build climate resilience. Our panelists will share their stories, their challenges, and their strategies that they have employed to deliver sustainable solutions aligned with the global and the Saudi Vision 2030 goals. Just to take you very quickly on the themes of our panel discussion. We will be discussing today 4 main themes: the urgent versus long-term solutions, scaling impact and technologies, innovation and partnerships, and last but not least, designing sustainable business models. Following the discussion, the floor will be open for our audience to ask their questions, so please be ready with your questions. And now allow me, please, to introduce our panelists. I'll call them one by one. First, the first panelist we have is Professor Himanshu Mishra. Himanshu Mishra is the chairman of Tiraxi and an associate professor at KAUST. With a background in environmental sciences and engineering, Dr. Himanshu Mishra leads Tiraxi, which is a startup that enhances desert agriculture by building permanent fertile soils up to 70% productivity improvement for desert greening and agriculture. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Himanshu Mishra to the stage. Our second panelist from IDAMA, Sabrina Vittori, Dr. Sabrina Vittori, the co-founder and CEO of IDAMA. IDAMA engineers soil improvers that are tailored to optimize desert agriculture, massively increasing food security while significantly reducing water consumption, pollution, and fighting desertification and climate change. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Sabrina Vittori. Our third panelist from Sadim, Dr. Mustafa Musa. He's a co-founder and CEO of Sadim International. Sadim is a local champion for flood mitigation, providing the first pass solution in the region to monitor stormwater drainage networks to reduce risks of floods, cost of insurance, operations, and maintenance with a proven ROI of less than 10 months. Sadim has become a leader in climate resilience, serving 16 cities in 6 countries around the world. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Dr. Mustafa Musa. And the last panelist, is Daniel Brandt, or as he prefers to be called Dan, from IRIS. He's the Chief Technology Officer at IRIS, with a robust background in engineering and technology development. IRIS is a world-leading sustainable agri-climate tech company advancing commercial farming for low to mid-tech farmers in hot climates globally. Its patented proprietary technologies reduce water and energy consumption by up to 90%. Please join me in welcoming Daniel to the stage. Let's give a warm welcome to our panelists. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining. So I would like to take you for a quick journey of 4 questions that I would like to ask each one of you. Maybe that we'll go with the sequence of the seats that we have here, and then maybe that I'll ask some of you to start in the other question. So for the first theme that I have, which is urgent versus long-term solutions, the question that I have is, startups often aim to solve long-term challenges. I mean, entrepreneurs are visionaries, I believe. But we also face pressing issues like desertification, land degradation, and also drought. So my question is, and maybe that I'll start with Himanshu here, how is your innovation at Tiraxi addressing these urgent climate challenges while keeping long-term goals in sight?
Wow, that's an awesome question. This is really a great question to be talked about in COP and in Saudi Arabia. In Saudi right now, there is a perfect storm of opportunity in terms of getting rid of organic waste, doing soil amendment, massive urban greening, massive rehabilitation. There is a tremendous nationwide alignment on these goals. So the short and the medium term plans that we foresee for my company, Tiraxi, are to do soil amendment. And in our work, we are going after creating permanently fertile soils. And the feedstock for that comes from chicken manure from poultry farms. That waste gets landfilled. And longer term, let's say 5+ years or so, we want to expand out of the kingdom, and then the goal will be to make a dent in the global carbon cycle in terms of carbon sequestration and energy generation. I think this is a good point for me to stop.
Fascinating. What about you, Sabrina?
So thank you, Professor Himanshu. Our companies work in very similar fields and are indeed addressing issues that I say are issues of today. So land degradation, droughts, organic waste in landfills are important issues for which we have solutions today already, and our companies are both addressing those issues. Organic waste in landfill produces methane, which is a potent greenhouse gas, and leachate, which pollutes the underground soil and water. And by diverting this waste from landfills and turning it into a product that can be used to improve local sandy soils, so the carbon that's in the organic waste is instead transferred and used as a resource, upcycling both the carbon and the nutrients in the organic waste into products that then can add organic matter, can add nutrients, can add a healthy soil ecosystem which supports healthy plant life in the long term. So these are issues that we are addressing today. Compost is also really helpful for controlling droughts and floods at the same time. That might be a bit counterintuitive, but it's because it acts like a sponge. When you put compost into the soil, it holds onto the water. And by holding onto the water and also holding onto the nutrients, it helps with controlling, with keeping the water close to the roots, and it helps the plants to be more resilient in the case of droughts. And it also lets the water penetrate in the case of heavy rain. So it can also be used as a control for flash floods. Of course, we're keeping in mind as well issues of tomorrow. So At Edama, we are engaged in research and development activities in order to develop products that can maximize the recovery of organic waste resources. And we have several products in the pipeline that we aim to launch that will support a more resilient and sustainable food system in the future. But yeah, I really like to stress that really we are focused on the issues of today, and we have already solutions that we are implementing today for droughts control, for building more resilient soils that can support Saudi Green Initiative, land restoration and afforestation projects. Thank you.
Great perspective. Mustafa, how is Salim dealing with this?
First of all, thank you so much, Abdurrahman, for the introduction. Thanks for Vito for the opening remarks, and thanks for the panelists for sharing the stage with us. Our perspective and answering the question of urgent versus long-term, the key definition that we need to look at here is sustainability. And the definition by the United Nations actually is meeting the needs of today by not also forgetting the needs of tomorrow and the future generations. Okay, so this is exactly how we thought about it when we started Sadim. And what made us like as a wake-up call is COVID actually. And this is actually a counter challenge of what you introduced the startups focusing only on the long term with, because no, startups need to focus on today while keeping in mind the future. And that's an element that is sometimes forgotten amongst any other organization that does not work interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary at the same time. So for Sadim specifically, how we look at it is that how can we do something for cities from a mitigation point of view that can save lives, resources, and properties in real time? And that's how we thought about it. I mean, we suffered from flooding in Jeddah specifically, and from that point on, we built Sadim with one intention, and one intention only, which is save lives and resources. And from there, we started thinking about other disasters that is relevant to the environment and relevant to the water security and water sustainability. So it led us think from something that can work only during the heavy and disaster events to something that works every day. And that's what we offer now basically in 7 Saudi cities and other cities around the world as well. Something that can help every day using technology, using IoT and AI. So that's how we thought about it. And COVID was a catalyst for this, to be honest. And the key point here is sustainability. How can I provide something sustainable financially, sustainable for the people, sustainable for the infrastructure, and that meets the needs of today and the needs of tomorrow?
So the concept of the business basically was because of an urgent matter, which was the flooding in Jeddah. If that was the story behind the business. Perfect. This is great. Thank you so much, Mustafa. Let's hear from Dan.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll echo the thoughts of my other panelists, but we're specifically in agriculture, and we make additives for polymers for the coverings of agricultural, covered agriculture, to reduce the resources, basically. And as an engineer and a scientist, your natural thing when you go and try and innovate in any industry is think as far in advance as you can. So you think like a autonomous robot picking strawberries powered by a fleet of drones and everything. And I'm sure we will get there, but not today, right? And we all eat food today. That food consumes water to produce, it consumes fertilizer, it consumes electricity. So we really took the angle of how can we have an impact today, you know, and now when we were innovating, when we're thinking about what we can do, we think about how's there a very low barrier to entry for the adopter, for the farmer? How is this cost affordable? How is it something that they don't have to change everything they're doing? It's not changing their growing system. There's a huge growing system already, and most of it is very low tech. It's a piece of material over the ground. If you eat food in Europe now, it's probably produced in Spain or Morocco under a very basic structure. In USA, probably in Mexico, here, places like Egypt, this is very basic agriculture or covered agriculture. And so you need something that can be adopted. So it's technology, and we try and say the technology is very advanced and the end product is very simple. So I think we, of course, have to have a pipeline like the other panelists suggested, but really being able to have something that can be adopted today is why we want to do this, because that has the biggest impact.
Perfect, great. So thank you everyone for tackling the first question. So it's clear that balancing immediate action and long-term strategies is key to tackling these issues or their challenges. Let me move on to the second theme, which is scaling impact. And scaling solutions to make global impact is challenging yet essential. My second question is, does your technology scale to combat food scarcity, urban greening, desert rehabilitation while aligning with Vision 2030 and beyond?
So yes, that's, again, very nice question. So there is often a disconnect between a technology being developed inside a lab, something that works in a petri dish scale, gram scale, and then there is a big gap between going from gram scale to ton scale, right? We are lucky that we are at KAUST and we are in this very fertile ecosystem, very well funded, where we can go against these crazy problems. Yeah? For example, we set out to say, I'm going to prevent water from evaporating from the sand. It gets very hot. Sands don't hold water. Yet we develop technology to combat that. We set out to another technology. We're going to make this sand fertile forever. Well, that's crazy. But we managed to do it. But then scaling part. So currently, we are producing carbo soil at 1 ton per day scale. And I think this is probably the limit a university can foster a startup and nurture it. But now going from 1 ton per day, which is a few hundred tons per year, to thousands of tons per year, you really have to now engage with national stakeholders and entities and so on. And that requires also whole other gamut of skill set, aligning with the national forces to truly unleash the impact of your tech. I guess I can stop there.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Himanshu.
Okay, on the question of scale, I'd like to start with some numbers, actually. You know that in Saudi Arabia, we have more than 40 million tons of agricultural waste every year. So I'm just talking about literally palm waste or manure, so just agricultural waste from farms. So that's a huge amount, and it's giving us a good indication of how much our company needs to scale to address the needs of our society. So what's our mission right now is scaling our recycling capacity so that we can divert more waste from landfills, and scaling the production of agricultural products that can support and really enable the success of the major land rehabilitation and afforestation projects led by the Saudi Green Initiatives. So indeed, right now, I think you cannot think of a different place in like Saudi Arabia where there is such a big need for scale, and also where we can see the opportunities and we can see how we can accelerate our impact.
Great, thank you, Sabrina.
Thank you.
Great perspective.
So in regards to scaling, and that's one of the biggest and most important questions that every company, and only startups, are thinking themselves all the time how to scale. From our perspective, is that how can I reach the mass population in order to activate my solution, in order to help them, right? So from our prospect is that how can I become part of the regulation? And if I am part of the regulation, I can definitely be everywhere, anywhere, all at once. And that's the name of a movie, but I don't know why I used it now. Anyways, so for our technology specifically, we wanted to become part of the infrastructure. And that's what we managed to do from a regulation point of view of operation and maintenance of cities. That's how Sadim reached that in the past years. But now we are working with the foundries of the builders of the cities, like the infrastructure builders, the pipelines, and all of those inside the city infrastructure, to have our technology part of that. And that's from a flooding or disaster point of view. From agriculture or plantation point of view, we have researched all the available technologies that can help combating wildfires. And this is where we came up with a solution that's presented now as we speak to the center, the National Center for Desertification Prevention and Plantation Development in Saudi, where we could apply this to all 260 forests in the kingdom right away. So when it comes to scalability, we have to think about regulations, who are the playmakers, and how to become part of the infrastructure and the daily routines.
Great, very interesting. Dan?
Yeah, I think it's interesting for us because, as I say, we're mainly in additives for polymers, and we seamlessly integrate with current manufacturers. So production scale is not a problem. Like, we can scale this very large very quickly, and we have done. The problem for us is always scaling of adoption. How quickly can the growers adopt this? And this is why I love doing it in Saudi Arabia first, because Saudi Arabia sort of faces the harshest climate. And then so we prove it here first, but I mentioned the countries before: Egypt, Morocco, Spain, Mexico. We're in 14 countries worldwide already currently. My funniest thing is, if you can tell from my accent, I'm British, and we're now selling heat-blocking, water-saving roofs in England, which is the coldest, rainiest country you could imagine, trust me. But it's because in the summer they get heat waves, they get droughts, they get water shortages. So even for short periods, they're still facing these kind of what we would call extremes, or what we're used to here. And so being able to showcase that our technology always works, it can prevent these risks, it can reduce your water consumption everywhere in the world, is always something that I would say it's a scaling of adoption challenge. But really the stuff we're doing here, I'm very proud of. We just did a project with the Red Sea Global project, which we spearheaded. Actually, Terry Axie was part of this as well, to basically enhance the sustainability of a local farm. And so for the first time, a local farm, we built a greenhouse on that farm. We had local partners like SABIC and NAPCO, Saudia, the Red Sea Global Project, the Mimi Markets were all involved. And for the first time, we had produce growing up near Umluj in the summer months with reduced water consumption. So this was a sort of designed in Saudi, made in Saudi, Saudi champions. And I think having these kind of things as a showcase, like, if you can do it in Saudi Arabia, you can do it in Mexico. If you can do it in Saudi Arabia, you can do it in Spain. It works. So I think trying this out here is always the kind of like test bed to do it. And if you can do it here, it's the most extreme version, and you're the toughest toughest technology going.
Thank you, Daniel. I think you have a point.
I just want to add one quick comment that I kind of want to give credit to KAUST, because KAUST really has been the platform for creating these technologies. These are all patented, IP protected, proprietary technologies developed in labs at KAUST. And as you go from scale 1 to scale 2 to scale 3, you will need different types of technologies. So the critical role of technologies, one is small iterative improvement, and one is that you create something that doesn't exist, a game-changing tech. So KAUST is truly doing this catalytic, transformational role in making a national and international impact.
Great insights that were shared by all the panelists here. So maybe that, to summarize just for the second question, I can say that scaling innovation is all about adaptability and partnerships. And of course, the resources that you might get out of the regulators or the other institutions here in the kingdom or globally. Thank you, everyone. So let's move on to the third theme. And before even speaking about about innovation and partnerships, maybe one thing that I missed during my introductions for the panelists is there is one common thing among all of the panelists here today, which is KAUST, I believe. We have current professor in Environmental Sciences and Engineering, Professor Himanshu Misra. Sabrina is a graduate with a PhD degree in Data Science. We have Dr. Mustafa, who is also a PhD degree holder in Machine Learning, if I'm not mistaken. And Dan, not from KAUST, but you were a postdoc at KAUST. You were a postdoc fellow at KAUST.
I did get a PhD.
Great. So speaking about innovation and partnerships, innovation doesn't happen in isolation, of course. What role has advanced R&D, research and development, particularly from your startup or from institutions such as KAUST, played in the solutions that you are developing? And how have partnerships with the government, especially, for example, like what you said, Mustafa, earlier, or international bodies, organizations, accelerate this impact? Maybe I'll start with Sabrina.
Yeah, I think it's a very, very important question that connects very well with the previous one, so the scalability. Of course, it's fundamental for us to have strong partnership in order to scale. The fact that we're all based in KAUST, it gave us access to resources to develop our technologies. And really, KAUST, as Professor Himanshu mentioned, has been a great, great launch platform for all of us. For the next stage, for example, for EDAMA, now we are a subsidiary of the Saudi Investment Recycling Company, which is a PIF subsidiary that works to develop circular economy solutions across Saudi Arabia. And really, the partnership with KAUST and with the Saudi Investment Recycling Company have enabled us to be where we are today, to lead the recycling in the organic waste in particular. And now for the even next stage, so how do we progress even more? I think what Daniel mentioned is actually quite critical about the adoption and how do we make sure that our technology well fit the market. And this is where it's really important for us to have partnership with government entities. So for example, we recently were approached by MIWA for a program they are starting called Sandbox to support them in shaping regulations about agricultural products. And this for us is extremely important because right now in the market we have products that, let's say, are not up to standards. Perhaps they don't deliver the same benefits for desert agriculture as our product, but we have no way to distinguish our product compared to what's in the market right now. And that's when we need the regulators to step in and support with drafting standards that will be able to distinguish our product, will help us distinguish our product, and also educate local farmers, landscapers about the benefits of our product and the distinction between different type of products in the market.
Great. That's a great perspective. Thank you, Sabrina. If I can hear from Daniel.
Yeah, I mean, look, we mentioned KAUST, but I think it's really important, as I said before, the local sort of champions, of course, KAUST, Vision 2030, CAPSAC, you name it, here in Saudi. What I really like is that they're trying to address the challenges that we see in front of us. And I can speak for myself and probably all the panelists, is we started these companies because, yeah, well, it definitely wasn't because we wanted to work weekends or liked economy flights. It was because we were passionate and we saw a challenge and we saw something we wanted to solve. And so the champions in the region as partners also face all those challenges. They see that. And so working with here first is amazing. And I think in terms of how these kind of things scale and how you work with bigger partners, it's actually the governments and quasi-government entities usually have a bigger role, especially in agriculture. I mean, all the food you eat is subsidized one way or another by a government. Either if it's low import tax or they've subsidized the water or the energy. And there's a fundamental reason, because citizens need to eat, right? So you have to keep food flowing and you have to keep food affordable. So it's usually subsidized by a government. But subsidies are a one-way street, really. You have to keep giving subsidies for water. And the cost actually increases over time. And so what there needs to be really is a transition to a subsidy of technology. Because once you can subsidize technology, that's a sustainable solution. And I'll give an example like water, like our technology is, if the government, instead of subsidizing the literal water, subsidized an adoption of our technology, so the cost to the end user was the same. The government saves money because it's having to subsidize less water because the water usage for the end user has gone down overall. The grower is happy because his water bill doesn't suddenly increase. It's about the same. If anything, it goes down. And of course, we can keep introducing new technology tomorrow, and then there's a better technology in 3 years and 4 years and so on. And so I think the role the government and local partners and institutions has to play is phenomenal in agriculture, really, because that's sort of the big driver. It shouldn't be left to the end user, the grower, the farmers. We always think they have to pay. They shouldn't have to pay. It's basically the big institutions that we're trying to partner with. And I mentioned, obviously, the Food Production Initiative, and it's amazing because this is what Saudi is trying to do. We see this in the UAE as well. We're trying to roll out, we showcased the world's first polymer roof made from recycled material, so fully circular polymer with sustainability built in. And again, Saudi is now trying to be a champion of that and actually can be a showcase and a leader to the rest of the world to really show the other countries, again, it can be done here and this is how you do it.
Great, thank you, Dan. If I can hear from Professor Himanshu.
Thank you, Abdul. So Dr. Sabrina and Dr. Dan covered really great points. Yeah? Through KAUST, we can leverage and we can get great partners in the government, in Giga projects, so I will not touch on that. Daniel touched on a really great point, which is that food security is unquestionable. People gotta eat. But it has got serious consequences on the climate, right? So you can keep giving subsidies, but the damage we are doing to the climate, at some point, we gotta wake up, yeah? So I wanna talk about that. We all know that we need to slow down in the emission of greenhouse gases. And to do that, there is a carbon cycle. Think of agriculture. Plants grow, we harvest, and a significant part of those plants rot and die, and the carbon goes back in the air. Plants grow again, you harvest, and a significant part of that rots again, goes back in the air. But the cool thing is, when plants grow, they capture CO2 back. This operation takes place on nearly 1 billion hectares on the planet. Its carbon footprint runs into around 10 gigaton per year of carbon. It is more than any other human activity. Now I want to come to the first part. This is going on for 10,000 years since agriculture was invented by humans. What if we could break this carbon cycle? Plant agriculture, food grows, captures carbon. Before it emits the carbon back in the air, what if we break it? And that is the power of innovation. Something that doesn't exist, you go and create it. So for Saudi, we have created this technology, carbosoil, which is a very stable form of carbon. That's sheer technology, which you put in the soil. It's coming from organic waste. And that carbon is going to stay there for hundreds of years. So right now, Saudi Arabia imports a lot of soil amendment technology. Peat moss, for example, it is imported. It grows in Europe. It is imported here, added to the soil. It's a premium soil amendment. But it readily degrades in this climate, and carbon goes back in the air. So what we have created, coming to the first part of the question, we have filled this technology gap, which now enables greening in the kingdom from your own locally made material, from the waste. Prevent landfilling, do lasting soils, plants grow better, establish, so on, and you capture carbon. And of course, as plants grow bigger and faster, they capture more carbon. I'll stop here.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Himanshu. Let's hear from Salim, from Dr. Mustafa.
Okay, for me, innovation is the core value that any startup can bring to the table. And no matter what other challenges we may face related to regulations, adaptability, scalability, innovation is the thing that will always distinguish us coming from KAUST, coming from any university in the market. So take that example of a big company. Big company can do sales, can do a lot of scalability, can convince, can enforce regulations as they want. But what they cannot do is they find a new innovation, like you. And that's our core value. And I believe that should be in every company or every startup's values. And when we say values, is our behavioral limits that takes us from one point to another to grow our business. So that's one thing I wanted to say about innovation. So it's something irreplaceable and something that will keep us bringing new innovations and new solutions in the market that nobody else is bringing. Now, how to activate this innovation is through partnerships. For example, is what we got from KAUST at the beginning, and KAUST is the beacon of knowledge, right? The beacon of knowledge. And through innovation comes inspiration. That is one of the main things that I've read coming into KAUST back in 2010. And I was there that long, and I'm still there, right? But what I'm trying to say is, partnerships are not only the enabler at the start. You need this at one stage. But then, as you grow, you need different type of partnerships, different type of engagement with different businesses. Because you have a lot of entities, and the panelists here mentioned a lot of entities here, that contributes from a different perspective to the same thing that you do. But the key is that we work together. And that's what I believe startups are creating. We're creating that routine or consortium, let's say, of everybody playing together. And sometimes we bring them all on the same table for the first time ever. And Saudi is a great place to do that because the market is motivating. There is the Vision 2030 saying that we need to diversify the economy. From 20% contribution to the GDP in 2015, we want to reach by 2030 to 35% from SME contributions. SME meaning startups, companies of our size normally. So it's key, it's challenging, but at the same time, we should not lose the focus that innovation is what will keep us there. Sooner or later, you can get the best player, the best striker in your team, for example, to close the deals or to have the adoption and scale the product. But the innovation is with these founders here and others also coming from KAUST and other ecosystems in the kingdom.
Great insights from everyone. Thank you, Dr. Mustafa. Just to summarize also what you have said today, it's clear that collaboration and partnerships, especially with R&D institutions, government entities, the industry organizations as well, are very critical for success. And from my point of view, from my humble point of view as a startup incubation lead, as part of the Entrepreneurship Center at KAUST, one thing that really attracted me to the innovation ecosystem within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is collaboration and partnerships. It's a very strong network that I can see across the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where it's not competitive in a way where organizations are competing with each others, but they are putting their hands together for innovation purposes, definitely. Let me move on to the last theme, which is sustainable business models. I mean, the topics or the subjects that you are dealing with the solutions are already sustainable, but let's address sustainability itself in your businesses. How are your business model designed to deliver long-term environmental and economic impact, and how the business itself is designed to be sustainable? If I may start maybe with Dr. Daniel.
Yeah, okay, so I think you said it right. I mean, our products are all geared around sustainability, but the absolute critical thing for any startup or growth company is economic sustainability. And how do you continue to grow? How do you continue to supply and generate revenue? And I think obviously, there's obvious things. We have a pipeline of products. We're trying to innovate in every area of polymers within the greenhouse. We have different products, not just our energy saving ones, but ones which enhance yield for the grower. But actually, I think the biggest revelation, I'll tell you our story, which Mustafa might find funny because it would be obvious to him, but the big revelation for us was data, actually. And I think the thing we did is we had these products, but we needed to prove they worked. And we also needed to prove to the buyer, the grower, that they worked. And we also needed to give advice on how best to use them and when they should utilize them and so on. So then we started to gather our own data for our own internal use. And then we realized that this data was actually quite useful and it was transferable between different continents, between different countries, between different growing regions and also different crops. And so actually now we suddenly sort of realize we have one of the larger data sets on harsh climate agriculture around the world. And now we're working as well with big companies like Driscoll's to be able to plan where best to deploy this technology. Where is it, which region is it, which climate, which is, is it by the sea and all these kind of things. So actually one of the big things I would say is sustainable or keeps our business going well and eases adoption is actually the data that's driving behind it, because there is a big gap in terms of that knowledge gap of like how do you grow in these slightly harsher climates. And that's not the version of events I always tell, because I'll say we were so clever we thought of data in the very beginning, but actually it comes along the journey that you need this. And so pushing the data and being able to keep that flow going as we introduce new technologies is one of the best ways that we found actually to keep our business sustainable.
Thank you, Dr. Bryant. Dr. Mustafa, your insights.
Okay, so I don't think there is a path for startups to have a sustainable business without creative and innovative business model. Yes, we can do business as usual and towards what you believe is what now dictates you to be able to sell and operate. But at the same time, I'm surprised actually that the data was not the first model that you, but anyways, what I wanted to say, yeah, it's a journey, absolutely it's a journey. Data is the fuel of the future. And that's why there are countries creating organizations just for the data. And I think this is where it matters. For us in Sadim, we adopted 2 new business models that are sustainable or relevant to the government, that the government is pushing towards all the sectors in Saudi. One of them is the private-public partnerships, where we share risks and we share benefits, okay? And this is where, like, Ministry of Transportation in Saudi is now changing their contracts into performance-based contract. So how much I'm providing you, I'm getting it. And you're winning, I'm winning. So the traditional way or the conventional way is now being broken in several sectors in Saudi. That's one. The other model, which requires a lot of partnerships in order to sustain it, but I think it's coming, which is POT, which is the build, operate, and transfer. And these 2 models particularly, I believe that the Saudi government here in different sectors are pushing towards in a greater manner where a lot of risks are shared and everybody is involved. You don't want everybody to work alone, and business as usual is changing as we speak. And our role is to find that gap. And that's why I love what Daniel said as well, that through the journey, we found the gap, because that's what we do actually. We find the gap and then we solve it and operate on it.
Great insights, Mustafa. We'll hear from Idama, from Dr. Sabrina.
So at Edama, we have a motto, a guiding principle. We are innovative by nature and sustainable by design.
Nice.
So that already answers a bit your question. We really built our business around sustainability and looking at environmental, social, and economic sustainability. We thought about a smart solution to the problems that we were facing today. So I'll also tell you about an anecdote. Actually, when we started our business, we didn't want to start a business at the beginning. We tried to convince a local waste management company that I will not name to do this. because we thought it made sense. This is what nature does since thousands of years. You recycle the organic waste into the soil, and there is an economic opportunity. Vision 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals. So we know we need to work on land degradation. We know we need to work on reducing carbon emissions. But obviously, this company was not up for the challenge, and that's how actually we started Edama, and we took on this as our own mission. So this to say that, and I think for all of the co-founders on the panel, yes, this is how our mind works. Like, this is how we built our companies around sustainability. They are designed to be sustainable, to provide solutions that can support our world challenges.
Great insights, Sabrina. We'll close this theme with Professor Himanshu.
Abdul, you have put me with such rock stars that they give such great points. So I'm not going to go. Not going to regurgitate those points. Great independent points. But I'm going to give you very specific number-based business model points. Right now, the peat moss industry in the kingdom imports are of the order of $65 to $70 million per year. Yeah? Contractor companies import it to around 250 million riyal or so. However, sustainability conscious big projects, they don't want peat moss to be deployed. Why? Because the idea is to capture carbon. But you import hundreds of thousands of tons of this material, you apply, it readily degrades and carbon goes out. Well, that's against the spirit of the project, right? But the contractors are in a dilemma. They have to add something. So imagine you're growing a tree with deep root system. What is it that you can add? That is, you cannot dig every year, come back and add more stuff in there, right? It's a tree. So our business model right now is to just disrupt this specific market. It's locally made from local waste, it doesn't degrade, and trees grow even better than the darn peat moss. This is the short-term business model. Saudi is the greening aspect and all, it's still, you cannot compare it to other countries like India or Brazil or United States, just because of geographical environmental factors. There lies a much bigger greening area where carbon is sequestered. And mind you, this carbosoil type material, they're always associated with something known as carbon credits. When you lock carbon, there is some conversation about carbon credits. The peat moss market in Saudi is so valuable, you can give carbon credits for free. So in the long term, when we go out of KSA, KSA Plus and KSA Plus Plus, then we go after carbon credits and some renewable energy and fuel generation, which I can tell you more about if you catch me, because the sheer scale, you go to these agriculturally intense countries, India, Brazil, Egypt, US, and so on. It's just so much. There are millions of hectares of land under agriculture. So those are the business models that Taraxi is focused on.
Fascinating. This is really great insights from everyone. And maybe to summarize also on the last theme that I have today, in relevance also to what Dr. Vito Intini mentioned in his speech, that sustainable businesses, or sustainable business, is the backbone for scalable innovation. Thank you everyone for your inspiring insights. Before I move to the Q&A segment with our audience today, I would like from each of our panelists, please, in less than 30 seconds, if you can give a quick piece of advice to the startup founders, co-founders who are currently in the market when it comes to our topic today. Yes, please.
Well, I can quickly say, your co-founder should have very complementary skills than you. They should not be like you, and their trust should be so high that you can bet your life in their hands.
Thank you, Professor Himanshu. Sabrina?
Be prepared for the roller coaster. It's challenging, but the reward is huge at the end. So if you believe in your idea, don't get too demotivated by the down and keep going. Eventually, you'll get there.
Thank you, Dr. Vittori. Dr. Mustafa?
So I would just say diversity is an engine of excellence. Use it, do it, and you will see the fruits later.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And Daniel?
Yeah, my initial reaction was don't do it, but I think actually I referred to I referred to one of my earlier points and echo a bit what the other panelists say is like you really have to have passion because passion will keep you resilient. It will keep you going. There are mornings you wake up and you're like, why am I doing this? But if you're passionate about it, you realize why you're doing it. And then some days you wake up and you see your technology applied, in our case in hectares or around cities and everywhere else, and you have a sudden moment, you're like, whoa, I did this. This is because I actually kept going, and so those parts are the really rewarding parts. But that only comes when you have a challenge and a problem that you're really passionate about and you really want to solve. So find that first. Don't do it for the wrong reasons. Don't do it for the fame, fortune, or money. Do it for something that you really want to solve and is impactful. That's my biggest advice.
Thank you so much, everyone. And my last message to the potential partners. Here are rock stars to deal with. Here are rock stars to partner with, to come up with solutions for the challenges that we're having here in our environment. And also another message that I would like to send to the founders and co-founders of startups. This is an inspirational messages that were sent by these founders or CEOs of the companies that are with us today. And to our dear investors, this is also a great opportunity to discuss different potential opportunities, definitely, with these 4 startups that we have here on the stage with us today. Now I would like to open the floor to our audience for questions. Please raise your hand. We'll have someone to share the mics. And please state your name and the organization that you're coming from.
Thank you, distinguished panelists, for a very enlightening and enriching perspective. My name is Walid Al-Somali. I am advisor at the Ministry of Investment. Before that, I was with Saudi Aramco, and which I retired last year after spending 41 years in different fields within the company, including entrepreneurship, research and development, technology innovation. My question for the distinguished panelists is just 2 brief questions, but they are interrelated. One, we see that there is a gap between entrepreneurs and startups and the research community when it comes to tapping into their patents and inventions that sit regrettably ideal in some of the universities around. And even though they are very much reluctant to avail these patents to commercialize, and despite the fact they have a TRL at a very high level. The other question that I have, what are the best modalities? Okay, that's good. Yeah. What are the best modalities to set up a partnership between our multinational corporations that currently work in the country and in the Gulf with the billions of reals in business with startup to help them scale? There is a disconnect between the MNCs that operate and the entrepreneurship community and ecosystem in different parts of the region. What's the best governance and structure that can be put in place where these multinational corporations can avail some of their technologies, resources, support for startup to scale? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Somali. Who would like to start first? This is from yourself.
Well, first of all, thank you. I think that's a very important point. And I do believe that this is now a trend that we see developing more and more, having accelerator programs based at universities, and also having funds like WIDE, for example. There's an investment fund from Aramco that is looking at companies that come from accelerator programs from universities. So I think this is a great way for us to bridge those gaps and ultimately to encourage the career of entrepreneurship for PhD graduates. because ultimately we need the founders to be technically prepared enough to understand the technologies that they will be implementing in their businesses. So I think having accelerator programs based at university and having this as an encouraged career for PhD graduates and academics, it's really important towards bridging that gap, as well as the funds being directly involved with the accelerator programs and with the universities, so that we make sure that they are driving the type of businesses as well that are being developed. We don't want to, I mean, of course, there is a huge need for many type of businesses, but it's often much easier to develop an app compared to an infrastructure business, right? And I think it's also very important that those accelerator programs look at making sure different type of businesses are developed and the needs of local companies that will want to adopt that kind of technology.
Thank you, Dr. Sabrina. Maybe that I can add something from, you're asking the question and you're expecting an answer from panelists, but since I'm the startup incubation lead at the Entrepreneurship Center at KAUST, we have an amazing innovation hub at the university under the KAUST Research Technology Park, and at the Entrepreneurship Center at KAUST, we offer a wide range of programs that goes with a funnel approach from an ideation to acceleration to the scale-up stage. We're basically coming to bridging the gap when it comes to funding. One of the programs that we offer to startups is the Taqaddam program with non-dilutive funds for the different startups, whether most of them are from the kingdom. Coming to the scale-up stage, where we deal or we collaborate closely with government entities. One of them is the National Technology Development Program for the Next Era project, which is basically work closely with startups on R&D products. On the other hand, there is the soft landing program by KAUST, which deals with international companies in order to bring them or to attract them here to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in order to expand their operational to expand their business operation here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So with these different programs within the Entrepreneurship Center at KAUST, at the innovation, or within the innovation ecosystem at the university, at least speaking about KAUST, this is how we close the bridges between entrepreneurs and the industry and the market. If there is any additional comments from our panelists on Mr. Somali's question. We'll take one more answer.
I just want to comment on something, like quickly, on the second point specifically. Because I think things are improving when it comes to the gap, and entrepreneurs normally coming from universities, in our case at least. So that gap between entrepreneurs or like academics or the university side is getting lower and lower, especially that universities are motivating this. But I want to focus on the second part of the question, which is what could be a solution to connect the Gulf opportunities to the kingdom opportunities and to the startups from KAUST, so, or like from the kingdom normally. So normally entrepreneurs will be looking for those if it's within their strategy to expand. That's the normal way I would see it. However, there are many things that Ministry of Investment or other entities in the kingdom can motivate that. Especially that if we connect it with the main bodies in Saudi now that's centralizing innovation. For example, the Research, Development and Innovation Authority, which is now centralizing all the innovation in one concept. A bit by bit, it's just starting now, and we're starting to see the impacts or the conclusions of that. So my thought about this is that a creation of a body that has all these stakeholders from different players, including the investment side, in order to motivate things to grow and go outside of the kingdom. If I'm getting your question correctly, I just wanted to hint about that we can speak about that after.
Great. We have another question here.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Shall I go ahead?
We'll go ahead and then we'll come here.
My name's Adrienne Doolan. I represent a company called Sustain Global, which is a platform supporting startups and SMEs in the UAE. It's been a long time since I've witnessed a panel of startups with so much enthusiasm and sort of strength and you know, you don't seem to be struggling. And that's really brilliant. And I'm wondering if you would be all sitting there and struggling if you weren't being as supported by KAUST, because what we're currently seeing within the UAE is, you know, I've set up this platform to help our companies to thrive rather than currently strive. So I'm wondering, would you be all in the same position if you weren't being so financially supported? And Dan, I was just wondering your remark about the flying. Would you fly first class if you were very wealthy, or I'm hoping you wouldn't? That was my one question. Would you, you know, for the financially, you know, how would you be? Because you're all like, I mean, it's so palpable, the enthusiasm and everything. And my second question is a little bit more about the food security aspect and the, you know, regenerating of the soil and that. Are you interfering with the natural biodiversity in the country? Like, is the aim to go now towards more food security in the country rather than importing food? And does that interfere with the natural biodiversity in the country? Thanks, and thanks for a fantastic panel. I'm going to go back and tell them in UAE they better come to Saudi.
You're more than welcome to come to KAUST. Visit us.
Thank
you,
you,
Adrian, for your two questions. Who would like to?
I want to go for the first question,
yes,
please. So I want to answer your question from the manner that, yes, of course, KAUST help, right? But before that, in order to get that help and support, it was not organic. Meaning that you had to prove yourself. We had to spend from our own pocket, me and 4 other co-founders, for 2 years spent on the company from our own pocket in order to get the company to where the starting point that KAUST can even look at you. That doesn't mean that there isn't support for researchers, but I'm speaking about it from a company point of view. So it was not like a silver or a gold spoon, as they say, or something. No, at all. It was a journey of a struggle. And now we're sitting here, and if we just had one question related to the challenges, you'll see it different, but there are huge challenges for, one, technology companies to thrive in the world and in Saudi specifically. Second, deep tech companies, climate tech companies, insure tech in our case as well. So I don't think in any way or shape or form that it is way easier than any other country in GCC market specifically, and the MENA in general. It could be motivating because the economy is motivating and looking towards innovation, but that doesn't mean they will adopt it in a single snap at all. And that's what I just wanted to say.
So you don't get on business. You don't get. You go with the economy. You don't go with business class.
At all. And sometimes we pay for our car, like gas, okay, coming.
Thank you, Dr. Mustafa. Sabrina?
Yeah, I will second that. I will completely agree with that. And in fact, when Abdurrahman, you asked me about our advice for future entrepreneurs, I was kind of caught off guard, and my first reaction was what Daniel said, like, don't do it. No, but because, yeah, of course, we have struggled to get to where we are, and the support of KAUST enabled us to succeed. And now you see us after our startup is now 6 years old already. So I would say that we went through a lot of challenges to get here, and generally, as Mustafa said, the economy in Saudi Arabia is pushing us, and we see the opportunities, but at the same time, there are lots of challenges in our business too.
Good, thank you, Dr. Sabrina. Himanshu?
Yeah, I mean, I think we are looking happy, and I'm just generally very excited. I'm not the CEO, actually. CEO is much cleverer than I am, and he's much more sober and tempered. Yeah, we have a really limited runway time. So actually, where Taraxi is right now, we are raising a pre-series A. So if there are any investors in the audience, come and find me, let's chat. Second question regarding food security. Kingdom, at least in the poultry sector, they want to significantly enhance their local poultry production to not be importing meat from other countries. So all these main companies, Tanmiya, Al-Marai, Al-Wataniya, Radwa, etc., they are nearly increasing their production capacity by 30–40%. So of course, that will also increase the waste. And so at least Taraxi, we are focused on the greening part. Yeah? So we are not so much after open field agriculture in the kingdom. And the business plan I just explained to you minutes ago.
that answer your two questions.
I'll just
We'll
add, sorry, I'll just add a tiny
Oh.
bit on that because just to add on the incubation point, I think there's something, and it actually relates to the previous question as well. Something I think is growing in the kingdom is the institutional support as well from the commercial entities. So the big companies like SABIC and Aramco and everyone being able to support the small companies, because a country that actually does this, or I've seen it do quite well, is Korea. So if you're sort of a startup, you get incubated in your LGs and Samsungs and so on, because they realize that that's basically a startup is the thing a big company can't do, which is be agile and move fast, right? But eventually, if you survive, you will be either a competitor or they'll want to acquire you anyway. So I think actually, SABIC has a good scheme, but aside from the academic and the sort of quasi-government bodies that are actually doing a great job in Saudi, I think the more and more the commercial support and incubation is the big part. And I think in the UAE, this is something that's growing as well. But I think definitely that would be the area I think should grow. And yeah, I don't fly first class, but maybe one day I'll take not a night flight economy, but that's my dream.
Thank you, Dan. We'll have a question here, a question there, and then come here. And the last one will go there.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I believe my interest is much on the business model that he talks about.
May I have your name, please, and your
My
organization?
name is Bertie Bois from Center for Climate Change and Sustainable Empowerment from Ghana.
Welcome.
Okay. So my interest is in the business model that he spoke about, especially the destructive business model. So I just want him to, if he can just help with just two general strategies that can be used under the destructive business model to the favor of the startup.
So you're asking with regards to Ghana, how this could be applied?
Yes.
Currently our focus is on the Saudi market because there is a mandate and things need to be done, yeah? And there is opportunity on the table. And an alternative is sorely needed, so we can disrupt the market. Once we grow the company, and as Dr. Sabrina said, we would have a very significant R&D element, and I'll try to be very quick. We have to invent some more technologies that do not exist right now. Now imagine we invented those tech. Then the idea would be to go in the farmland where you already have plants that grew agricultural and you harvested. Now this is useless stuff for the most part. How do you get value out of this? By breaking the carbon cycle. Because see, if this dried material can burn, it definitely has energy in this, right? We eat food, it gives us energy, so there is energy in this. How can we harvest that energy before bacteria eat it and release it as CO2? So it is our conviction that we can harness through technology the energy in that waste stuff to produce electricity, to even produce renewable oil. But that's not for now. That's for the phase 4 of Taraxi. Phase 2 focuses on Saudi, phase 3 focuses in the region.
Thank you, Professor Himanshu. I think the question was here. Oh, sorry, Vito.
Okay.
You didn't ask yet. My bad. I'm sorry.
No problem.
We'll go here and then there.
So I'm very much interested in the financing part, private financing part of the whole story that Sabrina, Mustafa, and Daniel were talking about. Mustafa was saying for 2 years we were loss-making, obviously. The idea is they are going to sell at the very initial stage ideas and maybe beta version at a certain point of solutions. So I would like you to elaborate a bit on the financing part, venture capitalist banks and other big businesses. What was your the interaction there, and if there was kind of interest at early stage, or you had to struggle across the maturity stage in order to get that interest?
Perfect. If we can have 2 quick answers from our panelists.
Yeah, I can give a very very short answer because of our journey. I think, yeah, we took investment, and of course you have to take investment to accelerate in the beginning. We took that from originally local investors, KSA and UAE, and now we take from USA as well. I think the one thing on our journey, there's definitely a market timing as well. Post-COVID, you could have a lunch with an investor and, and they would sign the deal. And now the markets are a bit tighter, so it's actually better because you actually really have to prove your technology, and you really have to showcase that you're going to have a return on the investment and everything else. So I think for us, it's definitely been a journey as well of the type of investor, and the ones who maybe just want a return, or the ones who have really invested, and now like institutional investors, like I said before, companies who really want to like maybe acquire, maybe like absorb you into their company one day. So we kind of had that journey, which is very interesting for us. And of course, yeah, getting to profitability and then going beyond that, so you're not completely surviving on investment, is of course the key. Otherwise, again, you're not a sustainable business.
Thank you, Dan. Mustafa?
So just to highlight something, so we went for 5 years without making profit. 2 years spending from our own pocket. That's what I wanted to say. And then what made it click is that you convince more VCs, more programs to invest in you, and then get people on the board. So we have KAUST and Wa'ad Aramco, part of our shareholder cap table, let's say. But what made it also part of the struggle is that in 1 year, actually post-COVID, we focused in one city, and to scale that city, to have a city scale product that can help them, focusing on numbered results, how much I'm saving for you by numbers, and we focused on that in 1 year. And there, we spent from our own bucket also, and we went and we worked on it on the streets with all the stakeholders related to that city. What I mean is that after that point, after we've proven an ROI, a use case that works on a scale manner, this is where we could be able to speak to VCs in a greater manner, and then more sales could come from other projects as well. And in Saudi, now we have different VCs. We have different even funds. You have the environmental fund here, the NTDB, the National Fund for Technology Development. It really depends. And then there is the agriculture fund, etc., etc. It really depends where you are exactly in that ecosystem of technology in order to check these funds. But yes, now the market is motivating towards that. There are a lot of VCs under universities, under big companies like Aramco and so on. We could name them as well. But what I'm saying is that it's a huge challenge and huge struggle. They just now cherry pick the top companies, especially in the deep tech. And as Sabrina said before, they would go for application base more than something with a hardware or something with material, something with chemistry in it. So that also an angle that makes the investors in our field, like in our field, like me and Sadim, are numbered in just the 2 hands or less,
And also speaking, from the perspective of the financial institutions. So as I mentioned earlier to Mr. Somali about the programs that we offer at KAUST. So one of them, which is the accelerator program Taqaddam, which is a sponsored accelerator. Actually, it's a partnership between KAUST and the Saudi Awwal Bank. We are running now the 8th cohort at the moment for the program. Yes. So we'll take the question here, and then we'll go to that side.
Hello, good. Thank you. My name is Susan Payne. I am the founder of a group of companies in Africa, 3 companies in Africa. But we have an office here. I'm the co-founder of a plant protein business that grows protein on sand with 90% less water than soya. So we have an office in the UAE on the back of winning the Food Tech Challenge in 2023 in Abu Dhabi. I'm more of a reality check, actually, and I'm quite disruptive, I'm afraid, because I think that I've been in investment banking for years. I've been dedicated for the last 15 years to food security and climate change. And the startup story is so tough. I agree with all of you on what you said on startups. But where there's a real disconnect is that there is very little support for startups. I mean, thank God for KAUST, honestly. And I completely agree with you, Daniel, about having the private sector get involved now. But so many startups that I come across we've won many awards. In many finals of many award ceremonies, I come across absolutely outstanding startups that struggle and die because they don't even have grant funding. And as a banker, I'm telling everybody in this room, and I will say this over and over again, without grant funding, and I've now gone 3 years without paid. And I actually have large commercial farms, so I grow food, but in my startup arena, you don't pay yourself for years, often. And I'm talking, thank God I work for Goldman Sachs, because now I can live on that. Honestly, honest to God, I think that the amount of grant funding needs to really have a review, because without small, and I'm talking $500,000 for a whole series of startups that are doing great innovations, that kind of money is transformative, and it actually disconnects everybody from having to go to a bank that will never move, because banks will never move for startups. So we can just disconnect that altogether. What we rely on are VCs, and as Mustafa just said, VCs are very tough right now. So VCs are not always great because they have different criteria and they have a shorter term time frame. So the reality is, without groups like KAUST, or without, frankly, the private sector that is definitely interested, or grant funding, best of all, grant funding, these startups, many of them will flounder and die. And without innovation, we are nowhere. So as a reality check to all of the very rosy picture of startups, it is a really hard road, as all of you have made clear. And unless we have a whole new model to how we fund startups, we're going to lose so many innovations. And I'm seeing it happen already. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I think
We'll take that as a great.
I'll just add one comment on top of that to echo the thoughts. I mean, this is a bit to the previous comment as a question as well, is like, it's also the type of investor and the type of money you take. We were fortunate, and I guess we were fortunate KAUST was our initial one. You need an investor with nerves of steel. We are not an AI, none of us, we're all hardware or hard companies, long, deep tech, whatever you want to call it. We're not an AI startup where next year we're going to be valued at $1 billion with just 3 founders and 1 algorithm. I'm sorry, that's not us. But we do have a big world impact. But you need an investor who understands that, who's in this for the long haul, the long run, and the long horizon. And I think that is really critical. And I would also echo the comments about grant funding and to some of the other questions as well. Like, there is still a little bit of a gap that exists in I would say not just here, but most countries. I have seen like KAUST, for example, very good investment on the research and good investment for the startups, but in lots of other geographies, there's grant funding, like non-VC money, which I think is what you're alluding to, where you'll get a government grant of $1 million or something to set up a lab or whatever it is, which is non-dilutive, which is good for a company, and there's less time pressure and all these things. And so I would say the startup arena here is still quite nascent. It's still quite new. Even, Mustafa's been the longest in the game, and he can comment how it's evolved, and it's evolving rapidly. But yeah, there's definitely a few things that Saudi, especially, can be the leader in by adopting a few policies and a few support mechanisms.
Just to add on what you said, Dan, welcome to Saudi Arabia, first of all. And I'm really serious about the many programs that are offered, even by government entities. One of them is the National Technology Development Bank, that is in collaboration with KAUST. We work together on the Next Era program, which is a grant program to work with startups on R&D, where they offer, I'm not sure of the amount, but approximately it's 3 million SAR that they provide to startups in order to work on R&D projects. And there are many, many other examples from the Ministry of Investment, as an example. NTDP itself offers a wide spectrum of programs. KAUST also, through the accelerator and the ideation stage and the scale-up stages, that we offer also other programs as well that would offer grants. For the last 30 seconds, sorry, we'll take a question. I will try to answer it very quickly.
Thank you. My name's Emma Kettlefama. I'm here with the Frontier Tech Hub. I'm curious about the role of localization in both developing your technologies but also scaling them. I know Dr. Bryant mentioned, expanding into the solution into the UK or into Mexico, and where the technical solution actually works, but the localization involved in driving adoption and also local ownership of solutions.
Thank you.
I've been hogging the mic, so I'll make mine really, really quick. But yeah, I think localization is super important, and of course we're in food security, locally grown produce. We're in Saudi Arabia. It's a polymer powerhouse. There's local production, so we can really localize everything. And for us, it was about proving the technology here first for the benefit of Saudi Arabia, and then adopting that model and kind of repeating it in other countries. So. As well, in other countries, you have localization, of course, but definitely we were solving for the problems we have here first with local partners to do locally grown, sustainable produce here. So it is super critical. And of course, reverting back to our investors invested in us, local investors, for this specific reason.
Just for the sake of time, we will end it here, but we will be available if you have any questions. Some of us will stay. I really would like to give a big round of applause for our panelists who shared the stage with me today. Thank you so much for joining. You are making a meaningful change toward the desertification, drought, and also the land degradation. I would like also to thank you. Thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for your engagement, your quality questions that you asked to our panelists. And until I see you again, that was Abdurrahman Basagir, and have a wonderful day. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Senthil Chinnasamy. I am the Chief Scientific Officer of Oxy Group of companies operating in Saudi and Bahrain. And our company focuses on providing nature-based solutions for carbon capture using mangroves, trees, and microalgae. Is it not new? So today, the topic or title of my talk is on microalgae. Microalgae, a sustainable tree alternative for greening the desert. So before going further, let's have some highlights from Saudi Green Initiative. As you all know, Saudi has got ambitious goal of going net zero emissions by 2060. And they have got this Saudi Green Initiative in which they are planning to plant 10 billion trees in the next few decades to rehabilitate nearly about 40 million hectares of degraded lands. In addition to that, by 2030, Saudi wants to reduce its emissions by 278 million tons of CO2 and plant 600 million trees. In addition to that, they want to rehabilitate 8 million hectares. So, how are we going to achieve these ambitious targets of capturing nearly about 278 million tons of CO2 by 2030? And as you know, Saudi emits nearly about 600 million tons of CO2 per annum. And they need to go net zero, achieve net zero emissions by 2060. How it all can happen? What are all the decarbonizing solutions this country has? If you see, everyone knows about replacing your conventional energy using solar energy or wind energy, then you can replace, you can go for afforestation, reforestation. That's an easiest option. Planting trees and mangroves is the instant solution. But you know one thing about the Middle East, arid climate, we have quite a lot of hurdles in implementing afforestation, planting trees. Because here the climate is harsh and you don't have arable land like other parts of the world. And the availability of fresh water is minimum. So these are all major hurdles to take up plantation activities and operations. So what is the solution? We thought about it. Our company is in the business of planting trees, mangroves, and we have already planted 19 million mangroves in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And we got the first blue carbon credits for Saudi Aramco. And we are providing these plantation services to various corporate companies. But the question is, planting trees, we can't keep that one as the sole option. So we need to find out plan B. So we need to find out an alternative considering the prevailing environment, hostile environment, non-availability of arable land, and availability of fresh water. So what is the option? Here we suggest microalgae as potential alternatives for trees. So what are these microalgae? Let me explain. They are all microscopic plants. They are having single cells, they are multicellular, they are filamentous forms, and it can grow anywhere. They are the most primitive organisms in the planet Earth. They evolved 3.8 billion years ago. And they are fast growers. They love CO2 and capture CO2. CO2 is their main food material. And the next question comes to your mind. In what way microalgae are better than trees and conventional plants? If you see, it's a very simple explanation. If you take plants, they have roots. When they perform photosynthesis, they have roots, they develop shoots, they develop leaves, they develop flowers, then fruits. So all the energy accumulated from sunlight is used for differentiating all these plant parts. Whereas, if you see microalgae, they are single cells, microscopic. All the energy accumulated will be inside the single cell. So they are all fast growers. They don't spend energy for making roots, shoots, leaves, fruits, flowers. That's why they grow much faster. They absorb lots of CO2. And they can grow in not only fresh water, they can grow in wastewater, they can grow in seawater, hypersaline seawater. You name anything which you consider as waste, you can use it for growing microalgae. That's why we consider microalgae as a potential tree alternative. So what and all we can do with this microalgae? It's a very simple explanation. You can see they grow with sunlight. Sunlight is what it requires, they require. And you have CO2 present in the ambient air. If possible, you can also supply CO2 from the flue gas sources, industrial emissions. Then using these two resources, they do perform photosynthesis and accumulate carbon in the form of lipids, carbohydrates, proteins. So what you have to do is a cultivation medium. The cultivation medium can be seawater, wastewater, or fresh water. But we would always advocate don't use fresh water because it is not sustainable. So you can use seawater, you can use wastewater for growing algae. So once you get this biomass, it's rich in lipids, proteins, and carbohydrates. And this biomass can be used for producing various low-carbon bio-based products, which I will explain it later. And you can extract various types of biofuels out of algal biomass, like biocrude we can make. It's an equivalent of petroleum crude. You can make biofuels. You can make biomethane. You can ferment it and produce biomethane. And you can make sustainable aviation fuels. And you can make green chemicals, where you will get all these opportunities, and with one feedstock. That's why we consider it's a superlative alternative for trees. Let's see the history of algae. If you see the evolution, we see today the higher plants, we see the crops, rice and wheat and all kinds of food grain producing crops. You have vegetables, fruits. Do you think how they evolved? And the simple thing is they all got evolved from microalgae. One single cell of microalga evolved 3.8 billion years ago. So 3.8 billion years ago, our planet was not having oxygen. There was plenty of water. 3/4 of Earth is surrounded with seawater. And we had quite a lot of CO2 in the atmospheric air. And methane, no oxygen, but plenty of sunlight. Using all these things, microalgae, the first cell of microalga, performed photosynthesis, and they grabbed CO2. In that process, they emitted oxygen. That is the oxygen now which we are inhaling in the ambient air. In the ambient air, we have nearly about 21% of oxygen. That 21% of oxygen comes mainly from the photosynthesis of phytoplanktons, or called microalgae. Then the main business of this country is revolving around petroleum crude and natural gas. So how they got created? If you see, the history says these algal cells, they populated the entire ocean. So when they grow and they die, they settle at the bottom of the ocean. When they settle at the bottom of the ocean, there will be high pressure, nearly about 3,000 psi. And you know about the Earth's core. It's very, very hot. Earth's mantle is very hot. The biomass settled at the bottom of the ocean will be caught in between high pressure and high temperature. And it gets cooked for millions of years. During that process, the biomass, carbon, and hydrogen gets converted into various types of hydrocarbons in the form of coal, natural gas, and petroleum crude. That is what we are now taking it out. So now you see the origin of petroleum crude and all the fossil fuels. It dates back to the era of microalgae. So if you see this microalgal biomass, you can use it for various applications. The main focus is circular bioeconomy. This is a beautiful choice because you can use this microalgal cultures for treating wastewater. In that process, they not only capture carbon dioxide, they also remove nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus present in the wastewater. And if you see in the natural conditions, you see this microalgal cultures dominate and grow in the water bodies. When they grow in the water bodies, they try to fix atmospheric nitrogen. As you know, our ambient air has got nearly about 78% nitrogen. And in spite of that, we are applying fertilizers, urea and nitrogenous fertilizers for the crops. Why? We have to ask this question. The nitrogen present in the air is of no use. It's inert, and it has to be broken down and converted to ammonia so that the plants can utilize it. Nothing can use it, or no plants can use it except the leguminous plants. They have special kind of bacteria. Similarly, algal strains they are blessed with an unique enzyme called nitrogenase that grabs the nitrogen and converts that one into ammonia and releases to the crop plants, promotes the growth. And they release lots of growth promoters like gibberellic acid and indolacetic acid kind of thing. So it's a biofertilizer, and it can treat the wastewater, and it can absorb CO2, and you can eat it, and it can be used as a food material and feed additives for animals, cattle, poultry, fish, and you can burn it and you can generate electricity out of it. It can be used for producing high-value chemicals and pharmaceuticals. You can make fuels out of it. And recently, we try to make bioplastics out of it. I will explain it later. So it helps in supporting circular bioeconomy. So this is very important to understand. Like earlier days, if you see, there was no waste treatment plants. So they just dump the sewage, and the sewage will be having naturally growing algae into it. So there was no treatment plants during the old days, but the nature plays an important role. Algal cells will grow in the sea, like wastewater. They absorb all the nitrogen and phosphorus contaminants, and they take CO2. They perform photosynthesis. In that process, they release oxygen. That oxygen oxygenates the wastewater. So that is what you require. Wastewater contains high amount of BOD. BOD has to be reduced. For that, you have to put energy-intensive aerators and diffusers. You don't require all these things. Each algal cell will behave like a reactor, and it will release oxygen and aerate the wastewater. In that process, the wastewater gets treated, and you get a valuable biomass like this. So this is a plant working in United States where they treat sewage water only by growing algae, and they get a valuable biomass. This can be used as a biofertilizer for soil. So this is how a simple scheme of how to grow algae using wastewater. You take wastewater coming out from any industry or the sewage wastewater, and most of the industries, they use conventional fossil fuel sources. They let out lots of CO2. That will be captured by algae. They do perform photosynthesis and convert the CO2 and the nutrients present in the wastewater into algal biomass. So now they can also take the CO2, and you can normally take the flue gases and bubble it into the algal ponds, and they produce valuable biomass like this. And now you can process this biomass into various value-added products. So this is a simple scheme how we can grow microalgae in the desert. So if you have seawater, wastewater, and waste CO2 resources, you can grow algae and produce valuable biomass. And this biomass can be converted. We demonstrated this. These are all not stories. And we have demonstrated this project for Saudi Aramco. We cultivated algae in hypersaline wastewater, and the biomass got converted into biocrude, which is equivalent of petroleum crude. And that can be blended with petroleum crude and processed into various fuel fractions like green gasoline, green diesel, green jet fuels, green chemicals. And we also established the proof of concept for converting algal biomass into bioplastics. So this bioplastic resins can be blended with plastic resins, and you can make bioplastic blends that will reduce your carbon footprint. Then we also showed the proof of concept for converting algal biomass into green concrete. That means when you make concrete, you have to include cement. Cement has got high CO2 footprint, and by using algal biomass, you can replace 10 to 15% of cement, and you can reduce your carbon footprint. Then you can convert this algal biomass into valuable biochar. This biochar is required very much for improving the soil fertility in arid soils. So to combat desertification, we need such things. So you can make quite a lot of value-added products using this algal biomass. So now you see the advantages of growing algae in the desert. They utilize only non-arable desert saline lands used for no application, so they are not going to compete with agriculture. They don't use fresh water. They have high growth rates, faster growth rates, and they can capture high amount of CO2. They can grow year-round. That means if you are thinking about trees, a tree, when you are planting, it will have only very few leaves, 3 or 4 leaves. With 3 or 4 leaves, they can't do photosynthesis in a big way. So you have to wait for 5 to 10 years for the tree to grow and develop canopy. Then only it can absorb CO2. So when you plant a tree, it's not an instant solution. the CO2 capture can happen after 10 or 20 years. And the tree has to grow for almost 100 years in order to fix at least 10 to 20 kilograms of CO2 per year. Whereas algae, the day you seed it, within 7 days it grows and populates the entire pond, and you can harvest the biomass on a daily basis. So you can, like, if you want to get wood out of a tree, you have to wait for 15 years. Whereas you want to get the biomass from algae, every day you can harvest it. That's the beauty. So this gives a clear-cut comparison between how effective are microalgae in capturing CO2 compared to the forests. So there are different types of forests. You can check how much amount of CO2 is being captured by each forest. If you see mangroves, it can capture 10 to 25 tons of CO2 per hectare per year. And you'd see all the tropical temperate forests. It is almost between 5 to 10 tons of CO2 captured per hectare per year. Whereas if you see microalgae, they can capture 60 to 170. It is phenomenal amount of CO2 can be captured per hectare in a year. So how we can use this microalgae to the advantage of Saudi Arabia? So I'll give you some important facts. You can see here, in Saudi Arabia, you have nearly about 215 million hectares of total land mass. That is the total area. 215 million hectares. Out of which, please note that only 1.5% area is arable. That means you can grow agriculture crops, plant trees. That is amounting to 3.2 million hectares only. But if you see the wastelands, it's more than 70%. So out of which, we prefer the subcar lands. Subcar lands are saline lands close to the coastal areas. They are flat and having high salinity. And you can use this land, nearly about 5.5 million hectares, for growing algae. And this particular land, it has the potential to capture nearly about 543 million tons of CO2 per year. That is what emitted by Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia emits anywhere between 550 to 600 million tons per year. And using this 5.5 million hectares of subcar lands, you can create algal ponds and capture all the CO2 being emitted by Saudi Arabia. So that is the potential. So these are all the subcar lands. In the coastal areas, you will see that one in the eastern coast as well as western coasts. You can see this is highly saline. You can see the salt patches. You can't use anything, like you can't plant trees, or you can't, it's not possible for you to grow any crops. So you can dedicate these lands for growing microalgae. So this is our vision. Create ponds like this in the desert and seed it with algae, and it captures lots of CO2. And you can ask, is it possible? Is there any proof? Anybody has done this one? Yes, our company has done that one for Saudi Aramco. We did the trials and we did the first demonstration plant. We established the first demonstration plant to show the potential of marine microalgae and wastewater algae. And we cultivated it in the open ponds for a period of 2 years and harvested the biomass, converted them into biocrude, and we estimated how much of carbon it can capture per hectare and how much of biocrude we can produce and what and all we can do with this biomass. So it has been already proven. So only thing is we have to take it forward. That is what we are waiting. So this is our vision. So in future, don't think about growing trees in the desert. Like, yeah, we can grow that one if we have water, but why not we think about growing algae like this? So this is also greening the desert, and it produces valuable biomass. And what we are seeing is, in the Middle East, you can't grow trees and get biomass like European countries and Western countries. But here, using seawater, you can grow microalgae and use this biomass for various applications. That means there is a huge business opportunity in the Middle East to produce biomass from algae, and we see a huge potential for Saudi Arabia to become a global hub for biomass production from algae. And this biomass produced here will be sold for various applications, like you can use it for biofuel production, biomaterial, bioplastics, biofertilizer, feed, all other applications. These are all the possibilities in the future. And in summary, I would like to say, like, microalgae, along with trees, they have huge potential for carbon capture. So it is a complement. Like, you don't only, you are not only depending on trees, but we can also grow microalgae, so we can enhance your CO2 capture potential. And microalgae are potential candidates for blue and green carbon projects, particularly for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And we can take up large-scale algal farming in subca ponds, subca lands, which I have shown. And we have enough lands, 5.5 million hectares here in Saudi Arabia and in most of the Middle East countries. And microalgae helps in promoting circular carbon economy, which I have already explained it to you. And as I said, Saudi Arabia has the potential to become a leading hub for algal biomass production. This biomass can be used for various applications. And as I said earlier, it not only captures carbon, and it stores the carbon. That stored carbon can be used for various applications. And if you don't want to use it for anything, you can sequester, you can convert that one into products like green concrete and store the carbon permanently, or convert into bioplastics and store the carbon permanently. So that's it. I am very glad if you have any queries, I would like to answer. Thank you very much. And this is, I represent Oxy Group, and our contact details are provided here. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to us. Thank you. Any questions? Please.
Hi.
Hello.
It's in the desert, right? So how about the sandstorms? You know, does it come and?
Yes, very interesting question. See, we came out with an interesting approach. When we started cultivating algae in the desert, we knew very well that from March onwards, we will get frequent sandstorms. So throughout the world, if you see, people grow monoculture, pure culture. So that means you have different strains of algae, like chlorella, then nanochlorapsis, tetrasolmis, like lots of marine algae. And most of the research institutions and companies, they focus more on growing monoculture. They take one particular strain, put it into the pond, so that that grows. But in case of Saudi, it is impossible. In the open pond, the minute you put one particular strain, you may say like it has got huge potential for capturing carbon, or it will produce high amount of lipids. But the minute you put that one into the open pond, within few days it will get contaminated. The weed algae will take over. Because you have frequent sandstorms, then they will bring in all kinds of pollutants. Your pond gets polluted and your culture crashes. Considering this aspect, we developed a novel approach called consortium approach. It's a polyculture approach. So we go to the natural water bodies and we isolate strains from various locations in different climatic conditions, like weather conditions, during summer, during winter, during November, during July, like that. We go and collect samples and isolate the dominating strains, which are, we consider they are robust, they are well acclimatized for the local climate, and we collect at least 6 or 7 different strains, grow them separately, and we make a concoction. When we seed the pond, all of them will be combined together, or let's say 6 strains, we combine it together and put it into the ponds. So now we leave it to the nature. Nature will select. You don't need to worry. No manipulation, nothing. You provide them with the nutrients, you provide them with the required water, that's it. And nature takes care. So when the summer comes, when the temperatures are soaring up to 60 degrees centigrade, out of these 6, at least 2 strains will be tolerating very high temperature, they will be dominating in the consortium. So during winter, the other two strains will be dominating. So throughout the year, you have continuous production, and you can harvest the biomass without any crash. And we developed another interesting approach. Even if the pond gets contaminated with weed algae or bacteria, we have absolutely no worries, because we are interested in harvesting carbon. Whether it is in the form of strain A or strain B or strain C, we have no worries, because we developed a strategy of converting that algal biomass into biocrude. So biocrude means it requires only carbon and hydrogen in the biomass. So it's a thermal conversion technology. You take the algal biomass, wet algal biomass, just cook it, and all the carbon and hydrogen gets converted into hydrocarbons. That is equivalent of petroleum crude. And this petroleum crude, you take it and blend it with, biocrude, and you blend it with petroleum crude in a ratio of 10 to 9 to 1 or 8 to 2 kind of thing. And you can process this combination or the blend in the existing refinery to get green diesel, green jet fuels, green gasoline kind of things. So it's a consortium approach that gives the robustness for the entire process. And mind it, all these algae which we were cultivating in Saudi Arabia, they could survive from 35 ppt to 200 ppt, because we developed a novel approach that we know that like once we put the seawater inside the pond, it evaporates. Every day when it evaporates, the salinity increases. And particularly in the eastern coast, when we take the water from Arabian Gulf, the initial salinity itself will be 55 ppt. It is not the conventional 35 ppt. The minute you put it, it starts evaporating. Within a week, you will find the pond salinity reaches 80 ppt, and after 15 days, you will find nearly about 150 ppt. But this consortium approach worked very well, and it was not like we were not maintaining the ponds under static salinity condition. It was changing salinity condition. Day 1, it will be 55. Day 2, it will be 58. Day 10, it will be 80. So it is not static. That means you have to have the robustness of these strains, which can thrive from lower salinity to higher salinity. So that ensures continuous carbon capture, and you get valuable biomass.
So, since you have had really good success with the consortium, have you tried this consortium in another place, or in another country, or in another job?
No. This is location specific. The consortium has to be location specific. So we have isolated that consortium in the eastern province, and we know it will work very well in Saudi. So we have not tried it in anywhere else, because we strongly believe local strains would be the best way to go, because they know the environmental conditions, because they are acclimatized to the local conditions.
Yeah, but now, it's temperature is going up everywhere. So maybe because Saudi is already in the
fine-tuned. Yeah, definitely it might work, but we have not tried it. But definitely, if there is a need, as you see, these are all very robust strains. They can thrive anywhere. As you know, when they are thriving at under 60 degrees centigrade conditions, why not? So they will withstand. But we never tried it. But we developed all these technologies. It's mainly for Saudi and the Middle East.
Thank you.
So this is where it can happen. So in other parts of the world, people can grow algae, but again, you can't dedicate the fertile land for growing algae. There will be objection.
My question would be like this. Say, for example, in really high dense population countries with no arable land, one of the other approaches would be the
photobioreactors.
Yeah,
CapEx.
photobioreactors. So in this case, it might be worthy because usually these photoreactors will be very hot during the summer.
Yes.
So it might be worthy to try the consortium.
We did it already. We were the first company to demonstrate the cultivation of even like monoculture strains under hypersaline conditions, also in the wastewater, in a photobioreactor throughout the year, right from January to December, at a place called Korea for almost 2 years. It worked very well. Only during summer we had to cool it, because the temperature soars above 45 degrees centigrade, then it gets cooked. So we used a very sophisticated, advanced photobioreactor that cools the algae growing inside. So only during summer we faced some issues, but it was not crashing. We could manage that one. Once we maintain the temperature, it's possible, but it's completely outdoor. There was no cover, nothing. It was an outdoor system. So we did studies on that one, and we found it was responding very good. Monoculture. We used monoculture as well as both. We tried both. For wastewater and all, we wanted to grow monoculture, and we also for the seawater, we combined it together and operated. And finally, we got, even if you use the polyculture, ultimately you will get up with 90% dominance of one particular strain.
Oh, sure.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your patient listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, the next session will commence in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The session is about to commence.
Hello and welcome, everybody. I'm very happy to see those of you who can join us today. And of course, we welcome additional colleagues and friends to come and learn about the UNDP Water Solutions Catalog. Now, initially, I want to tell you the story about how this came about. Because my job, I'm Mary Matthews, Dr. Mary Matthews. I'm the Senior Technical Advisor for Water for UNDP globally. So I'm like responsible for all the water work we do in UNDP, or at least coordinating it. Now, UNDP has the largest water portfolio of any UN organization, and we are on the ground everywhere working in over 150 countries. Now, the question is, why do we have a water solutions catalog? That's a really good question. Well, last year in the UN Water Conference in 2023, which was the first water conference that we'd had in the United Nations since 1977, and I was 12 years old when we had that conference. It's amazing to me it took so long to do that. And I've been asked, well, why did it take so long? And honestly, the response I always have is it's not because water is simple. It's not because water is not important. It's because water is one of the most challenging elements that we have to have in order to survive on the planet. If you think about it, you can live 3 months without food. No human being can live more than 3 days without water. It's a critical element. When we look at the Convention for Ecosystems and Biodiversity, water is required for ecosystems and biodiversity to flourish. And when we look at the Climate Change Convention, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, 80% of all climate change impacts are water related. Think about that for a minute. If we'd all of a sudden started calling it the Water Change Convention instead of the Climate Change Convention, we might have done some more things with it, but that's all right, they're catching up. And then we've also got our convention here, the UN Convention to Combat Desertification. Now, desertification is really a serious issue. And of the 3 COPs, it's honestly one of the most difficult, heartbreaking, challenging conventions we have, because we know desertification is absolutely critical to have water. If we don't have water, we're going to have more and more droughts, more and more desertification, more land degradation. We cannot survive. Communities will be completely lost. In Tunisia, there are entire communities where there's no water and people are having to migrate into the cities. Farmers are abandoning their farms. This is happening all over the world. We cannot continue like we are. And often UNDP, as the largest on-the-ground branch of the United Nations, is called upon to help countries to figure out what to do about water. How do we handle this? What do we do? How do we address this? And often governments come to our country offices saying we need solutions quickly. We're having horrible problems. We have too much water. We don't have enough water. We have to figure out how to have reliable water for crops so that our crops can grow and we can feed our children. We have to figure this out. So at the Water Convention, the UN Water Convention last year, we had a great coming together of water experts from around the world, water ministers from all over the world, and it was an incredible, heartwarming event because everybody was saying we need to make water more important. And there were lots of commitments and lots of the action agenda and commitments to the action agenda to do things and change things and be better about it. And they decided to have a water envoy, and she's awesome, by the way. And they decided to go ahead and have another water conference. Next UN Water Convention will be in 2026. Co-hosted by the Emirates and Senegal. Then we have the World Water Forum here in 2027, and then in Tajikistan, another UN Water Conference. So we're catching up. I mean, there's a lot going on. But at that conference, a colleague of mine who had worked in some pretty arid states but wasn't a water expert said, Mary, isn't there just like a catalog where we can look and find out how to find out what works and then apply it? Don't we have that? And it occurred to me, you know, we don't. We should. It makes perfect sense to have that. And so with the help of an amazing team of water experts, communication experts, more water experts, artificial intelligence experts, and so forth, we spent a year and a half developing the Water Solutions Catalog. Now, the idea behind this, realizing that UNDP is in over 150 countries, and we're the only organization that's mandated to work across all of the different ministries in the countries we're in. So like Food and Agriculture organization, and they do great work, but they work mainly with ministers of agriculture or ministries of forest or ministries of fisheries. We have, say, United Nations Environment Program. They do really good work, especially on water quality, but they're working with ministries of ecology or ministries of environment. And other organizations like UNESCO or the World Health Organization all have their specific areas that they work in. UNDP is the one that works with everything. So in trying to figure out how we're going to make this work, we decided we had to capture the lessons learned. First, we had to figure out, well, where are our projects? How did we figure out what those projects were? Because the water portfolio itself, my little portfolio is it's not particularly large, but when we started mapping and we looked across all the work UNDP does, we looked at our crisis bureau, including drought resilience and disaster risk reduction. We started looking into our inclusive growth, into our climate change, into our work on oceans. The oceans, because salt water is different, but we have some freshwater source to sea type projects. We looked at our waste, we looked at energy, we looked across all of the portfolios, inclusive growth, health, education, everywhere UNDP is working. And we pulled together the projects that were really good, that had best practices, that were sustainable, and that were replicable. And I'm going to take you through what we did to do this, because we've got country offices who are amazing. We've got some incredible people in our country offices, but not all of them are water experts. And we're working at changing that, but we don't have them all there yet. And so we came up with this idea of the Water Solutions Catalog. Now, two things about this. It's designed so that it can be used by non-experts, and it's designed so when a government official comes to UNDP and says, help, we're having a problem with water, we need to address this. I think almost everybody in this room has probably had that experience at least once of having a problem. You don't have enough water, you have too much water, the water's not where you expect it to be when you expect it to be there. And we wanted to go ahead and design this to help governments design their freshwater solutions specifically for what they need. Now, as a water expert, I'm also a social scientist, and with all deep appreciation and gratitude and love for my engineers who are phenomenal, as a social scientist, I often say, water flows downhill pretty much everywhere in the world. But the way people deal with that varies from country to country and culture to culture, and that's where it gets really interesting. And then you add in a number of other aspects to that, and we have the opportunity to really learn from one another. I like to say that the reason human beings succeeded on this planet, as much as we have succeeded, is largely due to our ability to adapt to changing conditions. And we now are facing really radically changing conditions. And the way we adapt is we learn from one another. Whether it's language or writing or religion or technology, we can all learn from one another. Now, with the Water Solutions Catalog, we decided, since there are only a few of us who are water experts, we needed to bring in the AI to really help shape these, because we don't want to try to take a project that works really well in the rainforests of Costa Rica and apply it in the glacier the upper glacier regions of Tajikistan because the water conditions are very different there. The social conditions are there. The needs are different there. So we've got to be able to figure out how to do this. So we developed this water solutions catalog, and it's online. It's not quite fully open yet to the public. We're doing beta testing, but essentially you go in and you go through this decision tree on your left and say, well, I need a project that focuses on X, Y, and Z. I'm in this kind of area. And the AI then gets to work and goes looking for it. So how does it do that? Well, we walk our clients, again, non-water experts, through a decision tree. They will know what's going on in their region. I do not know the specifics of Yemen, the water specifics of Yemen, as well as my colleagues do. I don't know the water-specific conditions in Brazil, as well as my colleagues do in terms of the emergent issues. But I do know what we can take from the geography and the climate and the audience and the scale of the impact, and we can take that and build a project. So it's designed for use by non-specialists. And basically, we want the folks who are putting this together to feel like they built it, not like we built it for them, because external experts coming in to build a project is normally not going to work. You need to talk to the people on the ground who are going to use this. And when you've got that sense of ownership, people really do feel a strong sense of wanting to see it work and being able to adapt it and then make it actually roll out and work. So once we go in and we have the decision tree, then we have the AI. And the AI gets to work. Now, I'll be honest with you. I know with AI, it's a garbage in, garbage out model, and we don't want garbage. We don't have time. As Senator Rosa Galvez of Canada said, when it comes to water, we used to think it was a marathon. Now we realize the distance is still a marathon, but we have to do it as a sprint. We don't have time. And this is why AI is really, really helpful here, because when you decide what you need, if you're in a mountainous country that has serious issues with deserts, as well as, let's say, problems with water quality from uranium mines, the AI will go and get to work and will help find solutions specifically for that, looking over more than the 2,000 projects that we have initially entered into the database. Our proprietary algorithm goes to work, finds the projects that are most suited for the conditions that are being described, and the cost of this is just a fraction of a penny. Part of this was getting the water intensity of AI down. That's really important. And two, making it cost effective, to have those searches so inexpensive that it made sense to be able to do those. And then it comes up with a set of best practices, the examples in comparison that we're able to use in order to move forward. Now, one of the things that's important about this is it draws on projects and best practices. So a smaller part of a bigger project that is proven to have worked. We know it works, and we know why it works and why it doesn't work. And it draws on a full UNDP proven evidence base. If any of you have ever worked for UNDP, you know, because we have to spend public money, we are under the tightest scrutiny. So we have to be really careful that if we say we are doing something, it's got to work. And that's sometimes quite a challenge. So once the users go through, it comes up with a summary PDF of a concept, not the full project document. It comes up with a concept of what the project is about, the best practice specifically, what is it about, and the summary includes the expertise required, because you can't just put in, I want a water expert. Do you know how many different kinds of water experts? There's social science water experts, there engineering water experts, there are geologists who are water experts, there are legal water experts, there are economic water experts. You need to know what kind of water expert you need in order to take the concept and adapt it to the particular situation. We also provide an estimated budget and potential partners and donors. So this is all within what comes up there for our country offices to be able to work with government partners to start to design this. Now, within this, we've got the summary about the particular solution and what was done, how it worked. We've got the lessons learned. This is something I talk with everybody about all the time. If we do not learn from what went well and what didn't go quite so well, we'll never be able to improve. We'll never be able to fix it. And this gives us those lessons learned. We also have stages of the project documents, terms of reference, so you know how long you're going to need an expert for versus, and which kind of expert you need, and the evaluations. This is all drawn from UNDP's transparency portal that's open to the entire world to look at. This pinpoints that project within the whole thing. We also wanted to make sure that people would know what they were getting. If they're going for something and they really, really want to know, is it sustainable? Is it replicable? Is it flexible to different institutions? Is it replicable without additional startup costs? That's kind of blurry, but it's additional without addition, like you have it once. Can you easily replicate it from one sub-basin to another within the same country? Yes or no? And we scored based on that. We actually have about 15 additional criteria we scored on because we wanted our users to be able to know, yeah, these really are the best practices, and these have gone through 5 levels of experts to be able to clear, to qualify, to make it to the database. So people can't just put something up there. It's something that we built into it. And we built in the progress, the high impact progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. One of the things we found as we were building this was that we're working in water across all of the Sustainable Development Goals in UNDP. It's not just SDG 6, which is super important. It's also SDGs on poverty, hunger, climate change, gender, on inclusion, on circular economies, and the AI has helped us to map where these fit in. It was really exciting to see that, and of course, climate. We're told in some cases we'll have the context of the people who implemented the project. That's not always possible because people change jobs, but we have the conditions for replicability. You don't want to take something that takes advantage, let's say, of glaciers for water supply and apply it to a small island developing state that doesn't have mountains or glaciers. It won't work. So we've got to make sure and the AI controls for that. And, come on, what's the next one? Oops, I'm hitting the wrong button, with apologies. This question that a lot of my colleagues ask me, have we given up on humans to be able to fix this? Are we entirely dependent on AI? Absolutely not. But as I said, we need to not have a one-size-fits-all approach to this. It does not work. If we're only looking at water flowing downhill, pipes will work pretty much everywhere. But the way you're dealing with it, that's culturally determined, and we cannot assume it will work in all different cases. The catalog will be a living repository. So as we collect more experiences, we'll be adding into those. We'll be taking them through a very vigorous vetting process. And we'll find out what works. And in cases where something doesn't work, we're going to note that too. We're going to admit, hey, this did not work so well. We thought it was a good idea, but it didn't turn out to be quite as good as we thought. Or this was a really good idea. This and this and this and this part of it all worked, but we forgot to take care of this thing. Or we tried and we were unable. Normally it's not we forgot, it's we tried and we were unable to take care of this thing, and therefore, even if you take care of all the first list, you don't get that one that's necessary and sufficient, it's not going to work. We note that. We're going to be honest about it. We're not going to sell you something that's not going to work. And we're training the AI. Now, the problem is with a real language model, we tried at first to have an open text, and we found that there's so many different ways you can say things. Initially, when we searched all of UNDP's 6,000 plus projects, we had to use 40 different search terms just to capture water. 40 different search terms, and then we had to do it in all the different languages. I love our experts and I love our AI because the patience it takes to do that is phenomenal. But we wanted to make sure that everything that we're offering is vetted by a human being. We don't want to give you something that hasn't had human eyes on it to check it and verify it. So what comes next? Ooh, after the last 18 months, I'm like, really, there's more? Yeah, of course there's more. The catalog is built to enable further development and further scaling up. The methodology we've used actually to build this within UNDP is going to be replicated for nature-based solutions, for land degradation, for biodiversity, for energy, for climate change. We've already built that part, but for the water solutions catalog, I've had to say, we're going to keep it to water for right now, and we're going to figure out the best way to use this with our country offices. And then after we've done that, we're going to figure out how to open it up more broadly. So we eventually would love to be able to open this up to include best practices from FAO and from UN Habitat and from UNICEF and everywhere else, going through the same very strict vetting process so that when we get to this, we're able to say, once we get 5 years down the road, and again, this is a sprint between now and 5 years, and I'll be honest, my legs are tired, but my heart's strong on this one. We've got to be able to do it. We're looking for support to do it. We've got a couple of countries we're going to be testing this in, working very closely with our country offices, and then from there, we're going to be moving forward, scaling it up, rolling out even larger, making sure that it gets incorporated and showcased and shared and used all over the place. So if you guys see me running around at conferences for the next 3 or 4 years and I'm like, yeah, the Water Solutions Catalog, talk to me. Let me know what works. If you've got a really good practice, we want to know about it because we want to be able to include those in there. So that is what we're doing. And of course, I'm happy to talk to everybody and anybody about this because I'm happy to talk to folks anyway, and it's about water and solutions and solving the problems of water. If we solve the problems of water, we can get closer to these SDGs than anything else we've ever done. If we don't, we never will be able to solve the Sustainable Development Goals. The Global Commission for the Economics of Water released an absolutely phenomenal report last month. It's December, month before last, in October, and this is the Global Commission for the Economics of Water. Google it. And in that report, they say we've got to start working much more closely together to fix the hydrological cycle. I'd like to think this is our part, or part of our part, towards realizing that. Now, I'm glad there's water up here. See, water, it's really important, right? Yeah. I'd like to invite my co-creator, engineer Ahmed Abu El Sayed, who has helped to design this from the very start. Ahmed has worked in a number of roles. He's the senior management mentor for UNDP's Water and Ocean Governance Program. Ahmed, come on up. And Ahmed has a background in engineering. He's my water engineer, but also has been a former decision maker and has been key to the development of this. I'd also like to invite the esteemed Asim Salam, the program coordinator for the UNDP country office in Saudi Arabia, who has been doing amazing work on water here in the kingdom. Please have a seat and let's have a conversation about this. Ahmed, I want to ask you first, and I'm going to sit down, if you feel like we've missed anything, because you and I have been developing this very, very much together, but with a great team. Is there anything that you think I've missed in this?
Actually, we still, this is the first version of the app. We worked for a 1 year, full year, trying to make sure that we will not miss anything. And I think for the first version, it's a good one. But we still have another layer, because what you get out of this app right now is what has been done in this country or in this context. But if you want to apply this in your area, which may be different, you need to tailor that. And this area, to be tailored with your context, still you have to do it. Yeah, we can provide support or provide with what kind of expertise needed to help you. But what I think this layer, maybe in the second version, we can add it where we can help you to adapt this solution based on your own conditions.
Well, but don't you feel that we've built that into it now, and then having the expertise needed, an expert would be able to look at that and be able to help it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need to have an expert to help you in order to adapt and tailor this solution that you select to your condition. This is still not automated.
Right.
I hope in the future we can make the AI also help you to automate this, so you don't need an expert to help you make this adaptation.
Okay, do you trust AI that much? Do you guys trust AI that much? I don't trust. Okay, do you trust AI that much?
10 years ago, it was this AI was like a magic, was like a dream. Now AI everywhere. We have it in everywhere in our life, and I think it will get improved with time. So we need to also cope with that and take it into consideration. To, as you mentioned, when we started this exercise, the cost was about 100 times the cost after 1 year. When we are ready to launch, the cost dropped by almost 100 times the cost for searching and getting the AI. So this technology is moving faster than what we can even imagine. And we need to be there to use this technology and enhance the catalog.
Okay, as long as we've got humans guiding the AI, I'll give you that.
I agree.
I'm a little bit leery of that. I want to thank you so much for that, Ahmed. I really appreciate that, and I think you and I will continue to have many discussions about this as we move forward. Asim, I want to ask you, because you've been working in a country office. How many years have you been here?
Long time. I stopped counting the years.
Okay, you stopped counting the years. Let me ask you this. Have you ever seen something within UN, two questions. Have you seen something within UNDP that will allow you to learn from other country offices or other experiences? And the second question, I'm just going to pitch it to you. Do you think this is going to be useful?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mary, for this solution catalog. Actually, the comparative advantage of UNDP generally is we exist in 170 countries.
Yes.
And this platform will bring me in a second of time the best practices in each of the, let's say for the water sector, for example. If I need to know what's the best practice that had been happening in Brazil, for example, it's a matter of click. In the past, I used to email my colleagues in X country to ask him, and then that will take some time, depends on his time. But now with this sort of platform, it will be a matter of click that I can get all of the information. we understand that in development there is no one solution fits all.
Yes.
Right.
But at least we can get benefit from the best practices, and as you said, which went well, which not, and then I can learn from that, and then I can provide it. At the same time, when I just look into the catalog, nowadays in the COP we are talking about the synergies between the three COPs, right?
Exactly.
So this is type of platform because it will give me some sort of biodiversity, for example,
Right.
some sort of good practices in climate change. So, and water and land. So this is also being, I think, you guys, you are ahead of the synergies of the three convention that now in the COP, now people start to talk about the synergies between the three COPs. So definitely, this for me as a water practitioner, as the one working in the field, in the country offices, definitely such platform will give me a tremendous information, you know. And of course, as Mr. Ahmed said, that the AI now is everywhere, and we have to get benefit from that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Because, you know, we've spent a lot of time working here. Ahmed and I are kind of the global water team, part of the global water team. And we've spent a lot of time working here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and learning about the work that's been done here, which has been really impressive. The water management, the integrated water resources management that's being done here is, I would say, some of the very best in the world in terms of the innovation, the institutions, the technologies, the sectoral integration. You know, here we've got the Ministry of Environment, Water, and Agriculture. That's almost the entire water nexus, energy being part of it, but the work that's being done here on water is really fantastic, including solar-powered
Absolutely.
work on energy. I know we've got some colleagues here from the UNDP country offices, and I'd like to indulge to ask you all to indulge me, if you would, to share, Salyu, your thoughts from Yemen, and I know you're both from Yemen. Awesome. Okay, that's great. And then any other questions from anybody are most welcome also.
Yes, thank you. It's working? Thank you very much. I will start and then I will give you the floor. You know, first, really thank you, Mary and Ahmed and Asim for this, because it is really what is expected. For example, for us first, you know that Yemen is one of the most water scarce countries in the world. It's very, very difficult and it's really alarming. Researchers are even saying that, or showing the alarming situation. Within a decade or few years, maybe Yemen will be the most affected water crisis in the world. So that's why it is really important to work on it. We start working on water, and thank you. I have seen that you are looking for controversies to test. We are really there, and then please include us in your testing, because we want to be one of the pioneers to test this app. So we are really there. Second, for us, we are running currently 15 million or $16 million, 60 million euro project on integrated water resource management. I'm not sure if this has been included in your simulation or your AI, because for us, we have not been we haven't seen any interaction. Maybe it was done through the AI automatically, but just to check. And second is also the possibility, because I was surprised with the AI, for example, with this with the solution that you show it in one of your slides, that the estimated budget of one of the actions was $250,000. I guess this is very little if you want really to have impact. So this brings me to the question of how efficient also the AI or the tool, the catalog, can show us, because we have seen that we can have a big amount, but with challenges and achieve something very little. While on the other way, if it is very well designed, with really a very small amount, we can have a big impact.
Right.
This really is something that we need from the at the controversy level, because we are not water experts. We just want to address some challenges. We may find solutions in attracting or having some funds, but the effective adaptation or the effective application of these activities is not always there. And maybe I can give you the floor to my colleague who will also explain quickly what we are doing in Yemen, what is the project, and what are the main expected outcomes. Tawfiq?
Thank you so much. My name is Tawfiq Saeed. I'm from UNDP Yemen. First of all, thank you so much for the water solution catalog. I think it would be great if we have access to it. We will try, and you cannot imagine how the needs are in Yemen. The needs are too many, and the interventions too. Regarding the platform or the catalog, we expect that it might be very helpful for us, and we hope that we'll be able to test it as well. I will comment on it from Yemen, taking Yemen as a background, and also taking into consideration the feedback that we obtained from Sario. When we plan our interventions, we take into considerations different levels of interventions.
Absolutely.
The needs are at different levels. We're talking about the national level. We're talking about the governorate level, and we are talking about the local level as well. At the local level, we're talking about, for example, the communities. We're talking about the local level structures represented by water user associations, local authorities going into the agricultural offices, NORA, National Water Resources Authority, and then we move upwards and upwards. Taken at the national level, we'll talk about policies, we'll talk about gaps, we're talking about capacity buildings, and we try to connect all the levels by enhancing the linkages between the national level and the local level through the governorate level structures.
Right.
In the project that was referred to by Sario, we are implementing the project and we are considering all those interventions. Our main focus was on the implementation of the rehabilitation of water infrastructure at the very local level, and ensuring the sustainability of interventions by building the capacities of water user associations and government institutions to be able to maintain those structures after we implement them. We have taken into consideration the gaps into the policies, the gaps into the capacities, and we are building the capacities of those structures, National Water Resources Authority, and also working with the ministries to enhance their capacities to follow up, ensure they are able to obtain the data, analyze it, and then plan forward. I'm very anxious to be able to have access to the platform. Hopefully, we will be able to work together. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I have to share with y'all, we didn't plan this ahead of time. Sal, you and I were just sitting 5 minutes before I had to come over here, and he's like, yeah, we've got this grant and we need some help and we're trying to figure out how to do it. And I'm like, I have the answer. The really cool thing is, working with integrated water resources management is exactly the challenge you pointed out. It's not just at the national level, and it's not just at the local level or the government level. It's all of those together. And you have to have if you've got something that works, say with a water user association, you need to have support for that at the government level so that the water user associations are working in a way that's acceptable with the policies at the governance level. And the governance level has to work at the same, be able to work with the national level policies. This is what Eleanor Ostrom calls nested institutions. And this is exactly what we're trying to do. Now, this goes back to the point Salou raised about what are you going to do with $10,000? You would be surprised at a small scale, like with our small grants programs, you can actually do a lot at the small scale if you do it well. Now, $10,000 is not very much money to try to do a lot, But let's say you've got $1 million. That's how many, Ahmed? 100 different times?
100.
Okay, thank you. This is why I need an engineer on top of everything else. You could do it in 100 different places. Think of the scale that could, or the impact that could have. So we've got that. But you've also touched on something that's really, really critical, which is not only the governance, which has to be multi-leveled and integrated, and it has to be integrated across the different sectors at all the different levels. So you've got to get that part set up. You've then got to have the capacity to be able to maintain that. And one of the biggest challenges we see in water resources management, I'm not sure about in Saudi Arabia, but I know in many countries, as you train people, and we spend a lot of money training people, and they get trained, and then they get a job offer somewhere else, and they leave, which means all the money that you spent training that person goes out the door with them. The other thing that happens, and this drives me crazy, is we train people who speak English. Well, that's going to be a fraction of the population anywhere. And we need water managers who speak more than the 5 UN languages, let's face it. So we've got to do training in national languages, in localized languages, so we're training the people in a language they will understand. If someone tried to explain something to me in Farsi, I would not be able to understand what they were saying, no matter how good a teacher they were. We have to train them in the national language, and we have to train them according to their local conditions. One of the biggest problems we have is people go abroad for training and they don't come back. They stay abroad. That's awful. That does not work for these countries. We've got to be able to figure out how to make them want to come back. And we've got to make sure that we're training people over and over and over, and providing training at a lot of different levels. Ahmed's going to jump in here, but I'm going to talk about 2 other things, and then I promise I'll give you the floor, Ahmed. One is we've got to have the data. You can't manage what you can't measure. But if we don't have the capacity and we don't have the governance, how are we going to know? And we can't just do it based on, well, it looks like there's enough water there, so I think we're okay, because that's not the way to do it. You've got to have water quality, you have to have water quantity, you have to have flows, you have to have precipitation. We have to get that information managed and systematized. And then we have the economics of water, which is a real challenge, which is a price per unit of water, because the way people talk about water in agriculture is different than the way they talk about water in municipal water, and it's different. That's different than how they talk about water in the environment sector or in the energy sector. But the one thing they all do is they all speak the same language, which is budgets. And once you can you can tie the value of water to a budget, not pricing necessarily, but to a budget, everybody starts to be able to talk about it the same way. We also have got to have finance involved. We've got to have the support. You guys are fortunate you've got that. So I'm very happy to hear that. But we need that more broadly and more globally. And we need innovation, and we need nature-based solutions, because Mother Nature is the best engineer, all respects her. Mother Nature is the best water engineer we've got, and we need to be working with that. Now, I will defer, is all of that I say, to Ahmed on this, because I know Ahmed knows things I don't know, and I need to learn from him. So, over to you, Ahmed.
No, actually, I want to answer your question about if we took this project in catalog or not. This catalog, and we have to know that based on the project that was implemented through 2018 to 2022, 5 years. So, but that's why I'm saying this is the first version. We still need to work. We need to search more on maybe before. And we need also to search for from 2022 to 2024. And this is what Mary mentioned when she made the presentation about this will be Life's app. Life app means you will update it periodically. Our utmost hope that we can make this available to the country offices who they can actually inject and feed this app with their best practices. We will set the criteria for the best practice, and you can select, if you have a best practice and follow this criteria, you can go to the platform, enter this, and then we'll have an expert group will review this best practice and make sure, yes, it fits with this, and then we can load it, upload it on the app to make it, to reach the app. This is actually in the second phase. Right now, it's not there, but we are hoping when we have a robust version of this app and we get all comments, we can add this feature. Thank you.
And one more thing, because I know Asim's got something else he wants to contribute, but the idea is to build a whole portfolio. It's not just to take one small thing. It would actually be to design the portfolio based on what you need. So it really is intended to be customizing to the needs of the governments that you are working with and the countries and the people, so that we're not leaving anyone behind. There's no quick fix. As Hank Oving, who's the director of the Global Commission, said, we've got to learn to fall in love with complexity. And when it comes to water, that's what we've got to do. Awesome. Sure,
Yes.
so it's your
Yeah,
thoughts.
I actually, just to share with you my humble experience here in Saudi Arabia in terms of water sector when we tackle the IWRM. It's very important to tackle the IWRM from the dimension as a processes. The IWRM is a process. It is not a ready-made solution. It's a process that you tackle from A to Z, and then you learn while you are going. So it is some sort of process in order to promote the water management with development, to cooperate the water with land. So if you put all of this in mind, then the project will slowly go in the right direction. It depends on actually which type of definition of IWRM you want to tackle. For example, in Canada, the richest ever country maybe in water, there are some area they don't have water with all of these lakes and all of these rivers, because there is a missing of the management of water. So if you tackle this concept of the process, then I think you will be on the right direction for that project.
And it's going to be a matter of trial and error and learning. But for the first time, as Asim said, instead of somebody calling me and going, hey, Mary, we need to design a water project for X, Y, and Z. Can you come up with a new idea? And I go, okay, let me think. I've got this, I've got this, I've got this. I've now got backup. Oh, you know what a relief this is? It's tremendous. It's tremendous. I'd like to know if anyone in the floor has any questions. Yeah, we've got one there.
My name is Abdusef. I think it's a good idea to have the catalog based on the experience that you gain from the field that can be adapted. Development is very complex, especially within the context of climate change nowadays, because we cannot predict what is going to happen tomorrow and day after tomorrow. We have seen, for example, in Yemen and in other parts in the region, number of disasters which are coming from the climate change, overflooding, and we are not benefiting with those water, and maybe, on the same time, maybe damaging also the infrastructure which we cultivate the water itself.
Right.
And in Yemen, for example, per capita is 80 cubic meter per person, which is the lowest in the world. It used to be 5 years back 137. Now it dropped because the population grows faster than the resources. Therefore, you can see the criticality of the situation in Yemen. And it's still in the crisis context. And Yemen is one of the countries which is going to be hit very badly on the climate change. Now, if UNDP wants to help Yemen, especially with emerging challenges that are coming, how that one can be integrated into the catalog for future forecasting the inclusion of the impact of the climate change.
I love it. Ahmed, do you want to take this one or
Yes.
you want me to take it?
Actu-
He's better at climate change than I am.
No, actually, what you are mentioned what will be the impact of climate change on water. Some countries are suffering from this kind of floods and droughts, and so this catalog is giving you ideas how to face this, how to plan with this, but it does not predict the solution. What you can do is, when you go to if Mary in details show you how to use this catalog, it gives you some options. What kind of problem you have, what kind of topography in your area, the climate, and then it will try to search in the past, in the bank, in our bank of ideas, what is the best idea that can fit in your problem. Then, and this is what I'm saying, then you will take this idea or this group of ideas and have an expert to help you tailor what is the best one of them that can help you to fit with your conditions. But this system doesn't give you the solution directly. No, you have to have this intermediate part where you take the solution and try to adapt it to your conditions.
Absolutely. And honestly, as we're developing this and we're designing it, you've tapped on a really interesting point, which is there's not that much water available, and the population and the demand on the water keeps growing. So how do we balance that? How do we keep up with that? Here within Saudi Arabia, we use desal. The water we drink, the water we bathe with, this is desalinized water. Well, the problem with desalination has been it's expensive, it's energy intensive, and you've got this brine waste product that is really awful for the environment. Well, maybe we don't want to be doing that, except, and I have to give credit, they've said, well, we don't want that. We don't want to have energy intensive desalination. We don't want to have the brine, the waste product, creating more problems in the future. And so they've really worked hard to innovate, and they've done some amazing, I mean, trust me, a year and a half ago, I was more opposed to desalination than anybody you'd meet. And between the minister in Egypt and the minister here and a number of others, I've really become aware that innovation, changing technologies, you can do solar power desalination, that's tremendous, but you still got to get the water from point A to point B. You can do solar power pumping. Okay, that's two. What about the discharge? They're doing a thing called zero liquid discharge and brine mining. Now, we don't have that in the catalog at the moment, but inshallah, we will get it there soon, where they basically capture the minerals and the salts from the brine to use in industrial processes, and they sell it. It creates this beautiful circular economy model that ends up with a zero liquid discharge, at which point we do have the potential to really transform things. If we're only doing it in Saudi Arabia or in Emirates or in Kuwait, it's not going to help the people in Yemen. So what we've got to do is figure out how can we take those lessons and transfer those to farmers in Egypt or Tunisia or Morocco or Jordan or Yemen. How can we help that happen? And we've learned so much more about the global water cycle now. Seriously, check this report out. It's phenomenal, this Global Commission on the Economics of Water, because they've shown that 50% of what falls as precipitation comes from land. But if the land is so parched and so unable to restore itself because we have so mismanaged the land and the soils are dried out, we're not going to get that precipitation. And so we've got to figure out how to do this. It's a very complex problem. Fortunately, humans are really good at adapting to complex problems with complex solutions. And this is part of that. Any last questions? One more last question, yeah.
Thank you so much. Will the water solution catalog includes learning opportunities, training modules, which can at least the foundations that can be used?
You know, there are other platforms that has training modules like Cabinet, other, but this is for giving you solutions when you are having a water problem as a water engineer or as a country office. This give you the alternative, how to think about the problem, how to set up a project or program to face this problem. But training and capacity building, it's not, we didn't put it in this system.
Well, I'm going to jump in here, and I'm going to say it isn't, there are parts of it that are in it. This is why we work really well together. Because we do have the IWM Academy.
No, but it's not here. It's not in this. It's asking specifically about this catalog.
Solution.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that answers okay, then I've got the answer to that.
Yeah, but I wear the audience hat and will ask you, both of you, how we can make sure that this solution it will be a dynamic.
Exactly.
Yes.
This is the question. I don't want something that to be rigid, not just to enter it whenever I need a solution. So how you can make it some sort of a dynamic, more attractive, more easy user for me as in the field?
Well, because what we're going to do, Awesome, is we're going to work with you and your team, and we're going to work with you all and your team, and we're going to find a few other country offices that want to learn how to use this. And then you guys are going to help us figure out how to teach you how to do this. And then once we have that, then we're going to run with it, because that's the piece we've been missing. And we know that we were missing it, because as we've been building this, I mean, it's been built by water experts and AI people and comms people who know water. But the deal is, everybody needs water. We've got to, I mean, there's a lot to it. So we need to do that. And part of that's going to be, over the next year and inshallah more, we're going to be working on building this and refining it and making it more dynamic. Getting to this was basically building the airplane as we were flying across the ocean. At least now we've got the wings on. All right, that's where we are. We've got the wings on. We've got the engine. We're not sure about fuel, so we're looking for some fuel at this point to keep it going, preferably, you know, very environmentally positive, net zero fuel to keep this thing going, and that's what we plan to do as a part of a broader program that we're doing in UNDP and water. But what I find really exciting about this, going back to being an anthropologist, is that the way we learn is changing so much. When I was growing up, we didn't have cell phones. Like, telephones were attached to walls, and people didn't walk around doing this. People walk around doing, there are more cell phones on the planet than there are people. Why are we not using this? We need to figure out how to, we are using it, okay, but we need to figure out how to use it better. And we're in a Grosjean moment where all of a sudden everything's changing how we work. But if we don't have water, it doesn't matter what else we do. We've got to get the water right. So there we are. I want to say, I'm looking at the clock and I'm seeing that we're out of time. I want to thank everybody who's been here. Please reach out to me, reach out to Ahmed, reach out to Awesome, reach out to, you know, let's all keep this conversation going. And thank you guys so much for being here. I thank you, and thanks to everyone for being here. And thanks to my wonderful
Thank you
panelists.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh,
All right.
thank you.
I'm gonna
Thank
leave
you.
all of that there.
Shukran. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.